never rate in the component rate or major maintenance. So the only way to really address it in my mind is to separate it. Separate it and fund it like we do security. The first year or two, we're going to probably have more requests than we can handle, but as it goes on and the requests and the funding gets there more for it, maybe the first year we do in the budget session or in the appropriations, take some of the major maintenance money out of the major maintenance fund to fund it. And I'm not saying the 20% or 10%, but fund it maybe the first biennium out of that fund, and then look at it as a separate source of funding like we do security. And so that's my idea of what is going to alleviate a lot of problems, because if you guys define suitability, or we do, we're just opening up a can of worms for discretion for the next 10 years. So that is, I thought I'd offer that and take any question.
Representative Summers.
Chairman, I always have one of these, I'm sorry. So my question is, so I don't disagree with you. My question is on, do you kind of consider security as part of this? So we already do a pot of money. You guys in your budget have another pot of money for security. Potentially add to that and expand the use of that security to include that? Or do you think really security and this issue are different beasts, even though the districts in their, when they were interviewed, they kept throwing security stuff into this suitability issue? So
My personal opinion is they're separate and should be treated separately, and that allows you guys, us, to look at them separately, lets the districts decide on their level what they need for suitability. Because I know that I myself, even though I've been in this my whole life, I can't go to a school and tell them what is suitable and what isn't. The idea of that school in Rock Springs that was shut down, that one was hurtful to a lot of us who toured that building. It is a good building yet. And with some money that would have been put into suitability in that one, that building wouldn't be torn down. But it's already going to be scheduled to tear down and make a parking lot out of a fundamentally a good building. And so we need to address suitability, but the districts are far more capable of determining what is suitable than we as a commission are, or you guys as a select committee are. So that's where I'm coming from.
Senator Rompus.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the last statement. I have a concern with the approach, though, of putting together a pool of money and having it come from the district through the department to the commission for approval, where even though you're saying it's not up to you to define what suitability is, you're then ranking them. You're ranking projects based on the commission's view on what's the highest priority suitability project. So go back to the example of putting two walls in this room. Pretty simple, straightforward project. The district decides this is a good idea, but now they have to go through an application project more similar to components. They have to do the paperwork. They have to go to about 10 hearings, interact with the department, and then get approved. But no, this year you don't have enough money because we only gave you $30 to do suitability with for this budget. So you tell them, I'm sorry, you're 4 down on the list. Come back next year and maybe we'll have some money for you. The alternative, the process we have right now is they just do it, provide the information. This is a project, and it would be more similar to major maintenance, where it's a relatively rapid sign-off on the budget. So if you're saying you have confidence in the districts, then why wouldn't we use the process we have right now, which basically puts the confidence in the districts to make the decision about when a suitability project is a priority, instead of it having to go to the commission?
Okay. If we look at the security guidelines right now that comes for approval, okay, they're given an amount of money. Each district is given an amount of money for security, okay? That doesn't go into a rating list from us of what we approve or don't approve. They present the list of what they're doing, and we just account for how they're spending it. Same way it could be done on suitability. Don't put it in this long drawn-out process. Put it up there just like we're doing security. You got, the budget might be $40 million this year for suitability from you guys, okay? To structure that to each district would have to be done by student probably, or some method of distributing that to them, and then they would submit the paperwork to the department, just like it's done on the 1 through 13 or the 1 through 20 items on the security issues. But to me, that's a better approach to it than trying to define what it is, and then, because if we start defining it, the process for these guys to get something to us to approve is going to be far greater than it is now.
Mr. Chairman,
Follow up?
I guess it just goes back to why, I don't know why we even need to use the special process that we use for security when what we're talking about now is basically making it the equivalent of a major maintenance application, which is, and maybe I'm wrong, but to me it seems even simpler to do a major maintenance project than to do a security project under the current system, but maybe I'm just mistaken in the bureaucratic process.
Okay, I'll try answering that. Okay, to me, major maintenance money, we're starting to attack it. 10% here, 20% there, 5% here, another 10% there. Okay, we have not funded major maintenance to the level we should have in the last 10 years, so we're already behind, and we're already starting now. We're going to start pulling money out of that to use for other things. So I'm against that.
Mr. Chairman, follow-up.
Follow-up.
All right, I understand better now what your point is. I'm sorry about that. You're more concerned that we're watering down the major maintenance funds than you're worried about the process.
That's right.
And I was concerned with what you were saying about the process.
And it's
I
both. I
understand
mean,
now.
okay.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you. Thanks for being here today. We
Okay,
certainly
thank you
appreciate
for letting me interrupt after lunch.
it. No worries.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that'll conclude public comment. Committee, we have 2 bills before us. My desire would be to move these to our October meeting. If there's any major changes that you'd like made, we can offer those as suggestions and thoughts, and then we can go home and ponder various improvements to it beyond that, and we'll have those ready to go at our October meeting. So we'll start with 20 LSO 0113, working draft .4. Are there any major, we don't need to go through a page by page, line by line, but just pick a page and conceptual type of thoughts or changes.
Mr. Chairman?
Sir Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have just a couple of suggestions for the next draft. On page 8, when we're looking at no increase to the square footage of a school building, that's on lines 14 and 15 of page 8. If we're going to move this forward, we should have some allowance for de minimis change in square footage so that we're not just being pedantic with it. So if we could work on a little bit of language, which I believe Ted said would be more similar to the major maintenance allowance for a small amount of square footage, maybe we can amend it so that they say, well, you added 1 square foot, so we have to deny the project. We don't want that. I think that would be potentially useful change if there's no objection to it. I don't know what the exact right language is, but just make sure we're not shutting down a project because they had a closet.
Committee, conceptually, is that something that the committee is okay with?
Yeah, I think that's
I see general consensus. Ted, if you'll work on some language along those lines.
Yeah.
Please.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Rothfuss.
Another one that I think would go on page 9, but it might not in the new language. This was the discussion about making sure that if they set up an educational suitability fund over a series of years, that they can then later raid that fund for standard major maintenance project purposes. So to explicitly allow that just because they set it aside for educational purposes over 3 years, if their roof collapses, they need to be able to raid the fund for a critical major maintenance project. And it's silent on that, but I think we should be explicit so there's no question.
Committee, are you okay with that concept going into the next draft? Thank you. Ted, you got that note? Committee shows consensus of adding that.
I think that's all I had that I was concerned about.
Further suggestions for the next draft? Senator Bebout.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we ought to have, at least on the next draft, that's one we're on.
We're still on 113
Nothing.
currently. Anything further on 113? Speaker Harshman.
Chairman, just on page 8, where it talks about the 20%. And I'm just throwing this out there as a concept. So now we've got 10% major maintenance, 10% security, proposal 20% suitability, which these are, remember, there are a lot of major maintenance items in all those, so it's up to 40%. My thought was whether you'd be interested or the districts would be interested in the department maybe of combining all three of those instead of having 40% out there, to combine them all to a total of like 25%. And because I keep hearing over and over, well, some years we don't use any security money, some years we use all 10%, some years we don't use any enhancement money, some years we use all 10%. So I'm just thinking, is there a way to make this not look so bad on your little chart up there by popping 40% off it and really getting to the same place and maybe bringing this down to 25% and adding all three of them in there, and districts have that flexibility then year by year along with the department. Just throwing that out there as an idea to try to make that curve soften a little bit.
Committee? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along with it, I think that really adds some palatability to the discussion we had on the cost. If we leave all of those in there at 40%, the cost is going to take us to get us back up to fund that 40% and increase that up to 2.75% is an additional $57 million. So if we lump all of those in and have it at something like 25% and have that flexibility, that might reduce that amount substantially.
Okay. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so I'm following, so if somebody wanted to spend 25% on suitability with the whole 25%, then they would be allowed to do that. Same thing with security. If they have a large project that they want to get, like the locks and that kind of stuff done, that would be permissible under this proposed change.
I believe so.
Thank you.
Committee, is it all right with the committee to have some language like that drafted to add in the next draft? Okay. I think the committee says let's try something along those lines, Ted, so hopefully you took some notes.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's combine safety and security as a carve out to major maintenance of enhancements, and educational suitability needs up to 25% of major maintenance money in the year can be used for any of those three
Or
categories.
a combination of those three.
Yeah, and amounts can be accumulated year to year for those purposes.
That would be the starting point, yes. Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, could we ask the department if they could then pull out a napkin and scratch and see if there's any change in their projections on costs, not for today, but for that time.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The one thing that we'll see though when they present that is 20% or 4.4 of the 2% were outside of the building major maintenance, and that was kind of the liability that we were seeing that we're not accounting for. So I think that this helps a little bit, but it doesn't really get us all the way to where I think we want to be. But it helps.
That's my first suggestion.
Yeah.
So Ted, you got those notes? Okay, committee still on.
Mr. Chairman.
Direct.
Clarification from Representative Larson. So what's the base number we're at? We're currently at 2%, so you would be looking at an increase of another 25% or 25% of that, whatever that number is, off the 2%. Because the number we gave you last time came from where we're at today with the 2% to 2.75, so you want to be at 2.25 is what you're asking for.
And Mr. Chairman, that's the way it works in my head, but I didn't know how accurate that was. I didn't know all the variables, but if we're allowing 25% of that to be used at the discretion of the school district, and that would indicate we need to add 25% back in to cover or keep on schedule with major maintenance. Is that not right?
That's my question. That's how
I don't know.
that's how I was thinking, so.
Matt?
I don't think.
Mr. Chairman, we're not changing the multiplier. My understanding is we're not changing the multiplier from 2 to 2.25. We're still maintaining the 2% multiplier.
Exactly.
Of the total allocation in any
That's the
given year,
next bill.
you can use up to 25% of the allocation for those purposes.
Right.
Instead of 40%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's all.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. I'm in the wrong bill.
Is that?
Yep.
Step ahead.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
So hold that thought to 4.1. Okay.
4 point, excuse me, Representative Freeman.
Just a question for the director, if we did put that all into one application, do you think we can streamline and speed up the application process to learn and get money in the district's hands quicker?
Mr. Chairman, I think we just use our normal process to where they're similar as what was described by the chairman, in that we use our major maintenance process. So what the district would simply do is say, I want to do X, Y, Z, be it safety money, security money, and we would just have a code. So they'll just ask us for approval to do that. They'll tell us this is X amount of dollars. We'll just enter it in the system, allow them to move forward. So it would be a pretty quick process. We would, I think in our planning process on the front end, just so everybody's aware, we meet with the districts every year individually, and we go through and ask them, what is your planned major maintenance work coming up? And that includes enhancement or whatever it may be, their security projects. So that's just another one we'd add into that. So we have that discussion on the front end, then they just make application, we'd have a code, so that way we can report back to the commission, report back to this committee or the legislature on where that money went. Did a district spend 15% of that 25 on enhancements, or did they spend it on one of the other two items? We can tell you based on that code. So it'd be a fairly quick process to be able to do that.
Follow up, Representative Freeman.
One application then, or if they have money in all three, then they have to have 3 applications?
Yes, they would have 3 applications. Typically what happens, we get multiple applications for, say, major maintenance work. They're telling us we want to fix the windows. That's one application with a code that says it went to the windows. They have another one that says we want to fix the roof, and that would be the same. That's how I would see this going. So we can delineate out where it went and under which category.
Just before you sit down, Mr. Chairman.
Senator?
So if we did this, and we, instead of having enhancements and all these different things, would you be able, with existing rules, to sift through all of this and prioritize, or would you have to revamp your rules?
Mr. Chairman, I don't see us being the department prioritizing that. That would be the district's prioritizing, because there's already a fund. As long as they're within the guidelines of major maintenance or an enhancement, we say, yeah, it meets that, but it's up to them to prioritize it. We just keep them within the sideboards on their request.
And then, Mr. Chairman, it would go to the School Facilities Commission, and then they, of course, would look at it as well. Do their rules need to be changed?
Mr. Chairman, it typically does not go directly to the School Facilities Commission on major maintenance work.
They won't be involved at all?
No, they won't be involved. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Speaker Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, and then I was just here looking at both these bills, the 113.4 and then the 114.3, where it moves it from 2% to 2.75. I'm just wondering if we could, and it talks about doing the 30% later in this bill on the 114 point. Actually, it doesn't have a percentage, he left it. I'm just wondering if you could roll that 2%, and I asked the committee, instead of this 2.75, just talking about 2.15, and then putting that in this bill. So we got one bill
Committee, are we agreeable to?
in a section that if somebody doesn't like it down the road, right, they don't have to kill the whole bill, but.
Senator Leanne.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of thoughts. I appreciate maybe where the speaker's going. My caution is this, and you kind of walk a balance beam with being on a select committee or a joint committee. Part of our duty, in my opinion, in all my years on this committee has been to try to bring the proper picture to the other 90, to the rest of the legislature. And for us to undershoot what we know is appropriate in terms of how much money we should be expending on major maintenance, I'm a little reticent to do that. It just feels like maybe we ought to get to 2.25 and take it forward with the proper amount there. If our appropriations committee, there's 3 or 4 of them here today, if that committee feels like we just can't reach up and get that, we've at least done our job and presented the proper pictures to the appropriations committee and to the legislature. So that's my only reservation about 2.15.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I do agree that we ought to roll something into this bill, whether it's an X marks the spot or the 2.15 or whatever. That way staff is not really doing 2 bills when we're not gonna do 2 bills. The question I would throw back is maybe we do the X, but it doesn't matter right now what that percentage is. But what I would ask Dell's shop to do is go back and assume that we're throwing all these into the 25% category, so the pie is different. What would that look like to move forward in a reasonable manner? Based upon what was the 2.25 or whatever, you're kind of reconfigure your percentages and your numbers and come back with an X that at least we could have reference to and understand what it meant.
Mr. Chairman, that's easy to do. We'll work with FEA again to redo those curves based on that.
Mr. Chairman?
So Ted, I think we want to roll them into the 2 bills into 1 bill, and instead of being at 2.75, we'll either talk to the department and they'll have the number to fill it in, or just put in an X and we'll fill it in at the October 28th meeting.
Mr. Chairman, my only question is when to make the change of the multiplier effective. The past bills have kind of pushed it out a few years. Do you want to keep it pushed out a few years, or do you want to?
For now, we'll make it effective at a standard time, which would be July 1. And we can play with that in the future then. Matt?
On that point, Mr. Chairman, this then will bring an appropriation requirement within the bill draft. So I just make you aware, whatever the multiplier is, think of it this way, every 0.25%, every 0.25 that you want to increase it, 10 million a year.
Very good. Senator Rothfuss?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we're kind of blurring together and having a discussion on 114 as well, we really haven't addressed what to do with the in-building preservation versus out-of-building. That 0.4, right, either realistically needs to be added in. If you're looking at it, again, I know we don't want to do this, but if you're just doing the quick math, you've got 2.25 in-building that you want to maintain the building. You've got a 0.4 out-of-building. We're at 2.65, and then we wanted the 0.25 also, so that we can do other things with it. So now all of a sudden we're around 2.9 when you actually account for everything that we've discussed. I don't think anyone's going to be super excited about running with that. We need a way to actually account for and compensate for this out of building versus in building. And honestly, I don't feel like I understand it enough. Parking lots sound like the bulk of the cost. Does that need to be a 0.4? What if we included that in a fungible or exchangeable number? But I do think that we somehow have to deal with that, and we have to give direction as we draft this, or be thoughtful about it, so that we're really addressing the right number here. Because if we just say 2.25 and pretend that everything outside the building doesn't exist, we haven't actually solved this problem. And again, this is just open for discussion. I don't have a solution, but I just think that we're missing something which was raised here in what we're proposing for a draft, and it's not being properly contemplated. So maybe someone has an idea on that.
Senator Landon?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think some good points made by Senator Rothfuss. I feel like there would be a gain there. We certainly haven't gained it all back. I think that the 25% figure is going to assist I think Senator Rothfuss is right. We'll have to talk about that in October. What do we feel like is the proper number to take forward to the appropriations, joint education and beyond, so that people have a picture of what we're looking at here? Is 225 is better? It's probably not where we need to be.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Rothfuss.
one other thought on that, Mr. Chairman, is the number that we're picking and the numbers that we pick on an individual year basis are less important than what it averages out to be over 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. 2.25 in building needs to be the number when you average it over a long period of time. But if you're a little low one year and a little high the next year, obviously that doesn't matter. But we're treating the proposed legislation as every year, like an individual time slice of the year, up to 20% may be spent. So maybe one of the things that we could be looking at is more the longer term picture where over any 10-year period, the rolling average has to be 2.25% or something along those lines of your major maintenance spent in building. And that's really the key objective, because that's what is preserving the fleet. And honestly, outside of that, if you're averaging your 2.25%, you're preserving the buildings. I don't know that we much care what happens outside of that as long as you're hitting that. So maybe we're not constraining it in the way that we should as well. And again, I realize that we want to move this along, but
I think the number that's going to be settled on, Ted and the department will work together to come up with that. 2.15 is more of a placeholder, so rather than spending lots of time debating what that number should be today, we'll let them run some calculations and then bring it back to us as to how they came up with that number. And then we can debate if we want to move it up or down from that point and have a better feel for what that number might be. And that should address some of your concerns, Senator Rothfuss.
Well,
in building, out of building, increases and all of that sort of stuff. And so that way we've got to.
Mr. Chairman, that point was less sensitive to the specific number and more sensitive to the fact that constraining it on a single year basis may be less useful than constraining it on a long period of time from both the district standpoint and from our interests. So not quite about the specific number, but more about how we implement the statutory order.
We'll see what they come up with on thoughts along those lines as well. Representative Larson.
So, Mr. Chairman, help me there. So are you saying that the non-building 20% is not included in the 25% of Representative Parsons' comment?
So the best way to think about that is 2% is currently allocated out there. And based on historic spending, they're noticing that about 80% of it is in building and 20% of it is out of building. There's nothing that says it can't be 50% out there.
Sure.
It's just based on
That's
historic
historic
spending. That's what the trend line they're noticing.
Very good.
And so when you look at that, then it takes away, but it also could be justified that that's the entire facility, because the parking lot surrounding structures are also part of that entire facility. And so it doesn't matter if it's in building or out of building. There is no set dividing line that says 20 has to be spent outside. It's just historic spending trend line that shows.
Very good. Thank you.
Hopefully that explains that. Any further comments on 113 or 114 or drafting proposals? Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, a couple things. I think as we go forward, I don't know that we put a placeholder in there, but I think we need to figure out if we're gonna increase above 2%, then how are we gonna pay for it? And frankly, I think the bill ought to have the revenue in it where it comes from. If it comes from the LISRA, fine. If it comes from whatever, fine. But we need to not do the easy thing and say, okay, we're gonna increase spending and not find a place where it comes from. So
Representative Summers, here in a few minutes, we're going to have a discussion on where the revenues come in, and at that point, we can just ponder it, and we can add that at our October meeting and say we definitely want it to come from here or there, or we can leave it blank and let the body as a whole fill that number, decide that. I do think you have a good point there. So let's see what our current revenues and how those are working, so the entire committee understands that before we worry about it in this bill right now. All right, Representative Summers, next.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so just for staff to create some amendments, because I don't want to try to argue whether they should be in there, but I do like the idea of instead of the percentage, a pot of money that is you work so right now we give $10 million to security. It's prioritized or looked at, and so a pot of money that would be prioritized instead of a percentage of major maintenance. So I want to look at that amendment, and I'm not putting any number in, just put an X. And then the other thing is that I want an amendment where any future enhancements will not be granted major maintenance money. So enhancements that exist today would continue the way they are, but future enhancements would not be allowed to use the major maintenance fund.
Ted, you got those concepts?
For an amendment.
He
And I
can
can
follow up
visit
with,
later.
you again. Very good. Anything further to broad ideas for changes or additions or improvements to 113, knowing that we are going to roll 114 into 113, so 114 is also on the table. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I was gonna, when you bring it back, have those numbers for us, Dale. I don't know that we need a fiscal profile necessarily, but just provide them by incremental increases so we can see, because that's what it's gonna boil down to. How much do we wanna spend? 0.25, 0.2, whatever, how that works.
Ted and Matt, you have those broad concepts to create our next draft?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay. Seeing everybody's kind of quieted down, we will move on from suitability to our 10:30 topic, if we could.
Very well put, Mr. Chairman.
And while Matt walks up here, I'd like to recognize Representative Sweeney has joined us, and thank you for being here, Representative. Hopefully it's as educational for you as it is for the rest of the committee. Okay. Mr. Willmarth, Mr. Hewitt, funding for leased school buildings and facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Willmarth, LSO Senior School Finance Analyst. My part of this presentation will be to provide some follow-up information that was requested at the June 12th meeting. There's a August 26th memo from me and Miss Hoag from LSO. The subject on that is charter school funding, leases, routine maintenance, and utilities. If you recall, at the June meeting, we identified potential duplicate funding within the block grant for school districts, and then also leases paying for routine maintenance and utility costs. And so the LSO worked with two school districts, Albany County School District Number 1 and Laramie County School District Number 1, and the department to identify current and past lease amounts, what those terms were, and then also what those costs were for the past, I think we did 6 years. And then we also identified what the funding model allocated for routine maintenance and utilities, and then what the districts passed along to the charter schools. And then the final request was to identify the impact of the 2019 budget bill that required essentially the block grant to pay for the cost of utilities and routine maintenance and not allow the lease reimbursements to pay for those costs. So briefly, Mr. Chairman, the Albany County School District Charter School, the Laramie Montessori Charter School, they are under a current lease that extends through June of 2021. And so their lease payment or their lease agreement is essentially not impacted by that 2019 budget bill because the terms have already been agreed to. But part of the agreement that they have with their landlord is that they will pay 80% of the utility costs within that facility, and that they will also provide a portion of the maintenance, the routine maintenance, to that facility. The Potter Academy and the Potter Academy Secondary School in Laramie County School District Number 1 entered into a 1-year lease effective this school year. And that lease requires the lessor to pay for the major maintenance of the facility, the routine maintenance of the facility, and the utilities. Prior to that, the lessee, which was the charter school, was responsible for all of the maintenance of the facility, all of the utilities, and other costs such as property taxes. On Table 1, I've identified what those historical lease payments have been for each of the three, for each school I've identified. The 2 years in 2013-14 and 2014-15, those have an asterisk. That just signifies that those were before the charter school was operating for at least 3 years. So the state was not responsible for the cost of those leases. After that third year, the state has become responsible for the cost of those lease amounts. Any question on this portion, Mr. Chairman?
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. But the one question I had was, can a district lease other school buildings? In other words, if they wanted to have a middle school and they wanted to go out and lease a building, is that allowed?
Mr. Chairman, and Ted can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they can. For example, I believe in Sweetwater County, there is a current or an old school building that's being leased to a BOCES or a preschool building. So there are instances that allow a district to lease their facilities for those purposes. I'm not sure if there's any limitations on what those leases can be for.
So Mr. Chairman?
Follow up?
So, Mr. Chairman, are you talking about the district can lease the building or the district can lease a building? So I'm talking about leasing a building for a school.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, thank you for the clarification. So there are instances where, for example, modulars are leased by a school district to provide either a classroom, a temporary classroom. So that's an example. The other example is if they need a square footage, whether that's temporarily or long-term, I think that would be a possibility that they could do that. But it's, at the end of the day, I mean, it's the legislature's responsibility to ensure that they have the adequate space to provide the basket.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Table 2 on page 2 just demonstrates my calculations of what the funding model allocated for routine maintenance and utilities for the past 6 school years, and then what the districts identified as what they transferred to the 3 charter schools. There's some minor differences in there, but in the most part, a majority of that funding is being allocated to those charter schools for those purposes. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, the impact of the 2019 budget bill. Table 3 on page 3 demonstrates the estimated impact of that bill. The first column identifies each charter school, and this is only for the Laramie 1 charter schools. As I indicated before, the Laramie Montessori is under a existing lease agreement that is not going to be impacted by the budget bill. So for the Potter Academy, their estimated lease amount for this current school year is approximately $336,964. Of that amount, it is estimated about $160,000 will be paid for through block grant dollars for routine maintenance and utilities, and then the lease balance of $177,392 will be paid for by the state construction department's allocations or appropriations for lease payments. When you compare that to school year 2018-19, the district or the school received about that same amount of money for utilities and routine maintenance, but they also the lessor was reimbursed $320,000 from the state construction department. So the impact is about a 44.6% reduction in lease payments. For the Potter Academy Secondary School, it's a little bit more difficult since The 2019-20 school year is the first year that the state will be paying the lease, but the funding model will provide approximately $147,000 of the lease amount that will be due, and the state construction department will pay approximately $86,000 of that lease amount. With that, Mr. Chairman, the committee at its last meeting asked for 2 separate bill drafts, and I'll let Ted address those.
Mr. Hewitt?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So as Mr. Willmarth said, the committee requested 2 bill drafts to address this duplicate funding for utilities and routine maintenance for leased buildings, school buildings and facilities. So you have 2 drafts that address this issue: 20 LSO 111, 20 LSO 112. The bill drafts are in the alternative, so please don't enact both into law. All right, so starting off with 111, this addresses the reimbursement side. The reimbursements for charter school and district leases are limited to an amount. And that amount is the maximum amount to reimburse those leases is the average cost per square foot to lease comparable buildings or facilities. So the department calculates a maximum per square footage cost for similar buildings. And so by saying that calculation, the per square foot calculation cannot include funding for utilities or routine maintenance, we limit that maximum cost to not include those provisions. The model will still pay for utilities and routine maintenance for these facilities, but the reimbursement that the state makes for those leases would not include funding for utilities and routine maintenance. And so that change, it's on page 4 of the bill at the very end. That language that says not include any cost for utilities or routine maintenance limits the average square footage cost. That's the maximum for lease reimbursements.
Questions on 111, committee?
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Weaver.
Routine maintenance would be, your janitor and those kind of things. There's a definition in there somewhere.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rebout, the block grant funds custodial positions, maintenance worker positions, groundskeeper positions, and then any associated materials for those costs or those functions. Thank you, Vice Chairman Landon. And then also the block grant provides additional funding for utility costs. So that would include natural gas, whether a coal boiler, lighting, water, sewer, trash, all that.
So, Mr. Chairman, then there is a definition of routine, and that's what you're talking about.
So, Mr. Chairman.
The same for the charters as it is for the block grant.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, there's not a definition in 21.3.110 of these words, but there is in the model. So I think that taken together, the department would be able to figure out what do we mean by utilities, what do we mean by routine maintenance, because those are covered within the model.
Okay. Senator Bebout, does that help answer your question?
Only if one passes and one doesn't, something changes here and something changes there, Mr. Chairman, but I understand.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think just to be clear here, the utilities and routine maintenance is identified within the block grant. So that sets the allocations for those components. So they would not be funded under the lease. And so the lease would not include, the department would have to ensure that what's ever funded by that block grant is not duplicated within the lease.
Okay. 112.
112, Mr. Chairman. All right, so this bill takes a different approach, and this goes into the block grant model and removes funding for utilities and routine maintenance for buildings that are subject to this reimbursement. So if the state is providing a lease reimbursement for certain charter school and district facilities, then the model won't pay on that square footage for those buildings for utilities or routine maintenance. So because we're taking out funding for utilities and routine maintenance from the model, we want to make sure that the lease, that the landlord covers utilities and routine maintenance and major maintenance for these facilities. We want to make sure that the school districts and the charter schools enter into leases where the utilities are covered, routine maintenance is covered, and major maintenance is covered. So the first thing the bill does, and this starts on page 2 and goes into page 3, is we open up 21.3.110, A10, and on page 3, line 9, this sentence governs the leases that districts and charter schools can enter into where the district or the charter school is the lessee. They're using the building to provide the educational program. So that sentence reads, if the district or a charter school operating pursuant to a contract with the district enters into an agreement to lease buildings and facilities under which the district or the charter school is the lessee, and the building is to be used for the provision of the required educational program within the district, the lease agreement shall require the lessor to, and this is new language, provide and pay for all necessary utilities for the operation of the buildings and facilities, and adequately maintain the buildings and facilities in accordance with standards prescribed by the Commission through routine and major maintenance. So we're making sure through this language that the landlord is covering utilities and routine maintenance for these buildings.
So, question, Mr. Chairman?
Representative Larson.
Thank you. So, in accordance with standards prescribed, will identify to the lessor what the major maintenance, routine and major maintenance will be?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, this would require the lessor to be maintaining the facility in accordance with Commission standards.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure that lessor understands what those are so that there's not confusion on what's expected of him. And so as I'm seeing there that the standard would be prescribed by the Commission so the lessor know what his responsibilities are. Fair enough?
Fair enough, and presumably the lease agreement is going to lay that out in sufficient detail.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to the part, page 4, which is the part of the bill where we actually get into the model and start removing the funding for utilities and routine maintenance. So page 4 opens up 21.13.309, and within M5G, that governs how square footage is calculated for the purposes of funding maintenance and operations. And so on page 5, lines 18 through 20, there's an exclusion. So when the state is calculating the square footage for providing maintenance and operations funding, the state has to exclude the square footage of any building or facility for which a district has received lease reimbursement under 21.3.110.A10. So that is excluding the square footage for these leased buildings when those leased buildings are subject to reimbursement. Now the model is not all together in one spot in the statutes. It's spread out a bit. And some of the model is contained in Attachment A to a 2011 law, which has been amended over the years. And Attachment A starts on page 6. And just to make super clear what we're doing here, the bill goes into maintenance and operations supplies, utilities, and maintenance and operations personnel, and explicitly says that those components within Attachment A shouldn't be funded on square footage where the building is subject to a lease that's subject to reimbursement under 21.3.110. So on page 6, there's language that affects the maintenance and operation supplies. On page 8, that amends the utilities component. And on page 11, that new language amends the maintenance and operations component, which governs funding for custodians, maintenance workers, and groundskeepers. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions on 112.
Okay, any questions on 112? Questions on 112? Okay. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, public comment on the funding and leased buildings topic and category.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jed Sigarelli, Finance Director at Laramie School District 1. As one of the 2 school districts that are currently impacted by these draft bills, my preference would be to address the duplication and the lease funding for charter schools through the second draft, 112, for a number of reasons. As you can imagine, as Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Willmarth explained, there's essentially 2 sources of revenue for charter schools to fund the lease agreements they have with the lessor. That's partially through the funding model allocations and then partially through the appropriations that are allocated through the state construction department. They operate under very different timelines. So through the state construction department, in order for them to calculate the lease amounts, to enter into those lease agreements with the lessor, they have to use a estimate of the upcoming funding for the block grant model for the routine portion. And as in the past, as we've discussed, the routine portion of the funding model is very dynamic. It can potentially change through the course of the year as a result of data corrections or more dramatically changes to the charter school funding allocations that allow charter schools to receive a funding adjustment based on fall enrollment. So what that does is create a little bit of a reconciliation difference between the funding model allocations when they're estimated for the lease agreements and then when they're actually resourced to the charter schools. It might not be significant, but it does create a question of if the amounts that are resourced through the model are higher than anticipated, what do we do with the surplus? If they're less, who makes up the difference? It might not be material, but for the sake of simplicity, it would be beneficial for the lease agreements to be funded through the state construction department, at least for the operations that Laramie School District 1 does for the pass-through to Podair and pass the 2 charter schools in our district.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So the one question I had, would you be concerned at all that whole bid, I guess, to a district might be padded, and then that, in other words, it may be more than actually needs to be to cover those things? And then what about if little things aren't done? And then becomes this argument, no, it isn't, yes, it is. So those are the 2 things.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, with regards to the padding amount, school facilities uses the average market cost in each city to determine what the cap on that lease agreement should be. So there are some regulations and some sidebars as far as what that lease amount can actually be allocated to the district and ultimately the charter school for allocation. With regarding the actual maintenance and adhering to the state standards, I agree with the discussion earlier that the lessor would be responsible for ensuring that they're meeting those compliance standards as part of the charter agreement or that contract between the charter school and the lessor to ensure that is adhered to.
Senator Rothfuss.
Jed, do you see a way to make the first draft satisfy your concerns regarding the variability of funding or do a better job? I see so many problems with the second one that I just wanted to do kind of that with it. But
The one you like.
Yeah, and here's another one. Here, give me this one. But you raised a valid point. Is there a way to remedy just that without having to open up all of the other concerns that I think that raises?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, I believe to address the discrepancies in the way we estimate and actually provide the funding, there'd have to be some type of reconciliation process that would allow for the exchange of funds back to the state if it's over projected or over resourced, or an opportunity to receive additional resources.
So a follow-up reconciliation. Got it. Thank you.
Further comments? Thank you very much, Mr. Strauss. Well, welcome, Representative Sweeney. Didn't know you had any comments, I would offer the floor to you first,
No.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pat Sweeney, House District 58. So this is the main reason I'm trying to get clarification in my own mind what we're doing here. Are these outside charter schools by a separate entity, not controlled by the school district? Or are these charter schools actually like an academy or a charter school controlled by the school district themselves? Okay.
Representative, I'll let Senator Rothfuss take a shot at it. We've got math over here as well, so I want to make sure you get the right information. Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our charter schools in Wyoming are all public schools that fall under the umbrella of the school district, but then they have their own board, so they have certain autonomy within statutes, but still the money flows through the school district and then is allocated to this public school entity, which is a Wyoming charter school within, and again, is subject to approval by the school board of the district and has a 5-year renewal certification or recertification process. I don't know if that gets at your question or not.
Matt, the second part of that, would you be willing to explain to Representative Sweeney the double dip that we're trying to address?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, the block grant, or the funding model for school districts provides funding for utilities and routine maintenance. There's also lease agreements that have not been limited by the cost per square foot, such as the one in Albany County School District number 1. That calculation has not been limited by that. And so the comparative amounts include those costs when you compare those. The districts are also required to pay up to 80% of the utilities, or paying for maintenance of those facilities. So in some instances, it's not being duplicated. In some instances, the costs are more than what the market cost per square foot is. And so what we're trying to do is ensure that there's a single source of funding for utilities and routine maintenance, and that it's not being duplicated across the lease, and it's not being duplicated in the block.
Representative, does that help?
It does. If I could ask a follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. So my concern is, it appears to me, and I haven't studied these 3 schools that were in the documentation, but it almost appears to me that they're a separate entity, and they perhaps have taken on a mothballed school, and I don't know if that's true in these. In our particular district's example, in Natrona County, we had 3 or 4 schools come up for sale, and one of the schools was purchased by an organization that had already started a charter school on their own, and so they purchased the school for the reason of utilizing it as a school. And I'm curious if what stops the Catholic schools from coming to us if we aren't careful on these models And what stops other charter schools down the line, whether they're religious or not, from falling into this? And I can think of right here again in our district, Mills in particular with the elementary school, is looking at setting up a separate school district for themselves. So my concern is, why haven't we just, if these are surplus property, why are we not selling those to those organizations instead of the state being responsible, and if they're not supposed to be responsible, then put it up for a straight triple net lease and get us out of the maintenance business of these particular charter schools. And that's my concern.
Senator Rothfuss.
Well, one thing, Representative, to clarify is that the charter schools we're talking about here are only public schools, public charter schools. They're not private, they're not religious, they can't be under state statute. And they are fully part of their school districts, and therefore, and approved by the district. Therefore, the state has all the same responsibilities. In fact, basically we owe them a building. I mean, that's the concept. They need a building because they are a public school in the state of Wyoming. Leasing has only been the vehicle because it's hard to throw together a building really quickly once a charter goes through. So in Laramie, we have 2 charter schools. One of them leased the building, and then the state bought the building. We did an analysis, determined that it was actually cheaper for us to buy the building they were in than to continue to lease it. It went on the market, so it became a state asset. It's a state school facilities asset, just like any other school. The other entity we've been looking at purchasing, the school, we did an assessment last year, and we determined that it was not in the financial interest of the state to buy the building, that the lease was a better deal for the state because we didn't consider the long-term viability of the building to be worth an investment to the state. So for that particular one, the lease agreement we're in appeared to be the most financially sound decision. I don't know the details as well of the 2 schools in Laramie County, but again, what we're trying to do is ensure, on a broad principle, since these are public schools, the state's responsible for making sure they have a place to go to school, but we don't want to get fleeced as the state through these temporary leases. And I think your concerns about how the agreements are arranged are something we're sensitive to, which is the purpose of this legislation, where we were effectively paying twice for kind of the same resource. But again, the idea that other private schools will come in and take advantage of this, I'm not seeing, but I just want to assuage that concern, because we have nothing to do with private schools or non-public schools, and if you're not under the state's umbrella, then none of these statutes are going to apply. So does that help to remedy some of your concerns, or is there something else that we're missing?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, it does,
Okay.
but I think we're still getting hoodwinked, but in my opinion, and I'd have to visit the schools, but I think, if they want to be a charter school, terrific. They've got their own board, so let them be charter.
Mr. Chairman,
Follow up.
I don't understand the concern there, because again, they're not a private charter, they're a public charter, so we have all the same statutory and constitutional obligations to every one of those kids that we do to every kid that's in a old school brick and mortar.
Mm-hmm.
And if we, again, within our district, we looked at, all right, what would it cost to do a new old school brick and mortar? What would it cost to buy assets? And theoretically, you never really know, but theoretically it's the fiscally prudent approach that we're doing right now, and if the market changes, we would reevaluate. Is that not what we should be doing?
I'd have to dig more and actually go visit the schools to but I appreciate the explanation.
Representative Sweeney, since we live in the same community, you and I can work on this a little bit in the future.
Sure.
Figure it out and answer all those questions.
Thank you.
Senator would actually do more work than I will probably.
Okay.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Mr. Chairman, Brandon Finney, State Construction Department, SFD Administrator. So we're almost there at the end of these charter schools we've been working on for a while. As Jed mentioned, the funding dynamics and the timeline, the second bill is cleaner. I've been working with the lessors a lot on this during our facility planning process. One flow of cash and one contract. I've worked with the AG's office. We have a commission approved contract. So when the money comes in, it's all contracted for a biennium with these lessors. So simple, one thing would be ideal. So I agree with you 100% because it gets complicated. And the lessors, it gets confusing because the cash flow is coming in for multiple checkbooks from WDE and the State Construction Department. One thing I did just think of though when I was reading this on page 3, line 12, where it says facilities under which the district is the lessee and the building is to be used for provisions of the required educational program. In Laramie 1, we have 5 modulars where the district's leasing modulars, and the way this reads, if I'm reading it correct, lines 16 and 17, the lessor would pay for the utilities. So there's times when we use a non-construction remedy, we go out and get a modulars. Or we also got one in Sheridan 2 on a construction project where we'll go out and we need swing space, it's just temporary. So when we need, I guess if we went this route, maybe an option would be excluding modulars because usually we just lease those on short-term basis and the district pays for the utilities. So.
Mr. Chairman? Senator Land, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Finney, I'm probably not looking at this correctly or reading it correctly, but it just seems like 112, if you require the lessor to pay for all this, next year those lease amounts under your budget are just going to be jacked up 25-30%. What's to keep that from happening? It just doesn't. I just don't feel very safeguarded there.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, 2 things. One, the contract limits the cost that we'll pay by the average cost of square foot for a like-kind facility. So if they want to jack it up above what the state will pay, then that would be a liability that's on the charter school. And the second thing is a contract. So what we just did on Poder and Pass is we have them under contract for a 2-year term to match the funding, the cash flow coming in to meet the contractual obligations. Then what we'll do in the next facility planning process is we'll pull down the data of what a like-kind facility is, and we'll rerun those numbers.
Okay.
So contract and not to pay above market rate.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Finney, thanks.
Yep. Thank you.
Public comment. Any further public comment? Any further public comment? Okay, committee, what I'd like to do is select one of these. We can either walk through them or we can offer it by consensus, but pick one of them, and then whichever one we pick, we won't take a formal vote today. We'll carry it over to our October meeting for the final vote, and that way you have time to ponder on further amendments. But is there strong feelings one way or another towards 112 or 111? Senator Bebout.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate construction management, their opinion on this, but I like 111. It's simple, it's clean, you can read it. And if I'm getting money from government, I don't care if it comes in 3 checks or 1 or 10, it's money in my pocket. So I'm not concerned about that part of it, but the other one could be complicated and construed, and I can see little mischievous things going on with it. But maybe I'm wrong, Brandon, maybe I'm missing something, but that's just my gut feel.
Committee, any other thoughts on one or the other? 111 or 112? Senator Rothfuss.
I just want to note how thoroughly I agree with Senator Bebo.
Okay, Representative Larson.
I'm glad I ate my cookies. I'm glad I ate Senator Bebout's cookies before we had this discussion, because I like 112. I think that, I think it's important, Mr. Chairman, to have, it just flows smoother to me as well. Like the 111 makes it very clear at the end, this is what you do, but it's obvious that the structure of reimbursement back to the district or to the lessor is a little more painful, and I think we ought to keep it as simple as possible. I do agree with Mr. Finney, though, that on page 3 that we need to adjust that language there to not include those modular buildings, because it makes it very obvious that those would be covered there. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of the concerns I have with 112, first of all, I'm never excited about going into the funding model, which is ridiculously confusing already. And to amend the funding model as opposed to amending one sentence in statute where we do a calculation of what the cost can include when you do the maximum lease calculation, just is more challenging. The other side of it is when you start putting obligations on the lessor to have school facility grade services, so to speak, as part of the requirement that they're going to accept all of the requirements. To me, this one is more ripe for lawsuit, 112, where the lessor disagrees with the lessee's view after a year on whether or not they actually upheld proper school district requirements. And I say this having, we just leased for the capital restoration oversight while we were out of the Capitol. We did some leases, and I don't remember how many lawsuits we ended up in over just 4 years of state leasing. So when I look at 112, I think lawsuits, I think challenges, I think that maybe there are some lessors that just think this is too hard. I have a building, but I do not want the obligations that are required under statute to lease the building to you, and I'm not going to. This one is just straightforward. When you calculate the total allowable amount from the state that can be paid out for a lease, it's capped. That's it. Everything else is in play. You can have whatever you want for the contract. It just says the state does not double pay for leases. I like that.
Further comment on 112 or 111? Senator Cost.
I'll step in and be brave here. The first time I read them, I decided 111 was a little easier for me to read than 112. It just makes sense, and I think that in the process, simple is much more reasonable at this point instead of getting it too complicated. And on top of that, I think we just trust the district to take care of it properly with it more.
Okay, very good, thank you. Further comment on 111 or 112? Okay, seeing none. Senator Bebout.
Mr. Chairman, maybe Matt can help me out. Why is it minus 10.762% on page 7, line 15? I mean, why not minus 10.862?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Bebout, that is a amendment to the session law and the utilities component for an external cost adjustment.
So the amount of money we give the ECA has to be backed in to come up with the formula to come up with the percentage. Is that what you're saying?
So, Mr. Chairman, there's a price index or a cost index for recommended for utilities, and for the year that external cost adjustment was selected, it was a deflation to that component.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Rothfuss.
I'd make a motion that we move draft 111, 20 LSO 111 to the next meeting.
Okay, there's been a motion, is there a second? It's been seconded. Any further discussion, moving 20 LSO-0111 to our October 28th meeting is the motion and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, no.
No.
I think that passes, so we will move 111 forward. discussion up? Okay,
Who wrote the times next to this agenda?
Mr. Hewitt.
That was bad.
Yeah, these times are wrong.
These times are wrong. Mr. Chairman, I thought we were
School district procurement processes, Mr. Hewitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so last bill draft of the day, a real short one. At the last committee meeting, the committee requested that the LSO draft legislation to clarify that when a school district procures goods or services through a BOCES, that the school district still has to comply with the bid collection and publication requirements for those goods and services. So the bill goes into 21.3.110A8, and that paragraph has bid collection requirements, publication requirements for purchasing goods or services. On page 3, you'll see language that says that a district shall independently meet the requirements of this paragraph when procuring goods or services that are subject to this paragraph through a BOCES. So the basic concept here is that when a school district is going out for goods or services, they can't bypass the bid collection and publication requirements when they procure those goods or services through a BOCES.
Very good. Questions for Mr. Hewitt? Any questions for Mr. Hewitt? All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Larson, you've been working on procurement throughout the interim. Do you have any thoughts on this bill before we go to public comment?
No, I like it. The only thing that I was suggesting when we looked at that is, and I called it on this, Mr. Chairman, is it says a district shall independently. You just read a little bump to me, and he suggested that perhaps we could replace shall with must, showing that a district must independently meet those, and that's often used, and that would be my only recommendation.
Okay, we can get to that when we start working the bill.
Other
Just
than that,
wanted to
I'd like
make, just make sure you, with all your procurement work this
Yep.
interim.
No, it
Thought it
brings
fell in
into
line.
line, Mr. Chairman, it brings into line school districts with the rest of procurement that we looked at. JC.
Very good. All right. Public comment. Any public comment on 20 LSO-0115? Department, very good.
I was the one that asked for this so we could get a clarification, and I certainly feel it clarifies it, and I think it's workable for us.
Okay, any questions for Director McOmie? All right. Further public comment? Any further public comment? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only concern with this, along with the efficiency recommendations, comes from a couple of vendors that were concerned on, whether you're looking at a trailer load, a semi load, or a train load of paper. That the limiting factors, that might block, not necessarily block, but would limit our local vendors, our Main Street brick and mortar that are here day in and day out versus Amazon. And I know that's what we in the legislature are not trying to do, but would just caution, is this broad enough that we'd be able to still have our brick and mortar be able to bid without substantially a lot more paperwork. So that's my only caution on moving this.
Question for Representative Sweeney? Thank you for being here, Representative. Further public comment on LSO 0115. Further public comment?
I do have a question.
Director McOmie, we have a question for you up here.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I was curious how many districts were taking advantage of or utilizing this method of procurement through BOCES that wasn't being bid out?
Mr. Chairman, we've had 3 instances where the districts have come to us asking for to be able to use that process through BOCES, and in all 3 cases, our Attorney General said no, they couldn't do that, and so it keeps cropping back up, and that's why it was brought. So I'm aware of 3 on larger buildings. The smaller type work, they're utilizing BOCES, and they fall under that threshold of that 50,000. We're just talking, you know, larger type of projects such as roofs or things like that.
Thank you, Director. Further public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Committee?
Move the bill.
Bill has been moved by Senator Landon, seconded by Senator Rothfuss.
No.
Oh, excuse me, Representative Larson with the second. Any discussion on the bill? Any discussion? Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I just make an amendment that we replace that shall with a must. I just think it makes it read easier.
Okay. Committee, it's been, a motion's been made or amendment proposal to change the shall to must. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Ooh, better have a raise your hand. All those in favor of changing shall to must, raise your hand, please. 2, 3. All those opposed, raise your hand. I guess we will stay at shall.
There we have it.
Okay, any further amendments?
Question.
Question having been called. I think we will take a roll call vote on this, and that way we don't have to deal with it in October. So with that, a roll call vote on 20 LSO-0115. Mr. Hewitt.
Senator Bebout.
Aye.
Senator Cost.
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss.
Aye.
Senator Wasserberger.
Aye.
Representative Freeman.
Aye.
Speaker Harshman.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Summers.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Landon.
Aye.
Chairman Walker.
Aye.
House or Senate?
We'll start in the House because I'm the chairman. I don't think I can pawn it off on the vice chair. Wait a minute. Okay, very good. We are moving along now. Now that it's 1:30 in the afternoon, we would like to.
I'm going to lunch.
All right. Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. Mr. Willmarth and Ms. Hoag with LSO are going to walk us through a memo on K-12 funding revenue streams for capital construction and major maintenance. And committee, this is really an educational component for all of us. Just some of the members are new, and so that way everyone remembers actions that the legislature's taken over the last couple of years as police bonus monies and things have evaporated. How do we continue funding this? And so with that, that's my background with it. So I'll turn it over to those of you at the front table.
Perfect. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Leanne Hoag with LSO. So as mentioned, this memo provides an overview of school capital construction revenue sources. As we go through, traditionally, the school capital construction account receives revenue from federal mineral royalties, co-lease bonuses, state mineral royalties, leases, or bonuses. We can see this in Table 1. So that goes through fiscal year 2014 through fiscal year 2018. Due to the declines in co-lease bonus payments, the legislature has made some changes to direct more funding to capital construction. That first change that we discuss on page 1 and into page 2 was made to the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund spending policy. So in the 2018 budget session, the legislature created the school major maintenance subaccount, which would come into effect in fiscal year 2021. In figure 1, we see that in 2019, the legislature further amended the spending policy to guarantee the strategic investments project account up to the 1.25% of the general fund. This would also, in turn, guarantee that 45% of that SIPA account would go to that school major maintenance sub-account. Continuing on to page 3, the legislature also has made adjustments to state mineral royalties. So in the 2018 budget session, the legislature directed a full 1/3 of state mineral royalties from any leases on school lands to the school capital construction account for the 2019-2020 biennium. Previously, we only directed $8 million of that mineral royalties to that account. In 2019, the legislature created the school land mineral royalties account, which will now receive that 1/3 of the state mineral royalties. The legislature has also approved multiple transfers over the years to and from the school capital construction account, which are shown in Table 2. As we continue on to page 4, you can see in Table 3 we have estimated capital construction revenues for fiscal year 2019 through fiscal year 2022. As the spending policy changes have been made, those will not be in effect until fiscal year 2021. And the state royalties will now be going to the state royalty account. And with that, I will let Matt talk about the cash flow issues.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Willmarth?
thank you. This is just staff providing just some highlighting of these actions, which it creates a little bit of a cash flow issue to the school capital construction account. And there's a couple ways that this can be addressed, and I'll discuss those. But historically, through the transfers, and primarily through two revenue sources, the COLES bonus revenues and the transfers from the school foundation program account to the capital construction account, the capital construction account has been blessed with significant revenue or cash flow. As we go into the future with little to no COLES bonus revenues and no transfers from the school foundation program account, that capital construction account cash flow is constrained. The action to provide the state mineral royalties to a separate account when they're currently being deposited in the capital construction account further puts pressure on the cash balance in the school capital construction account, because there won't be timely deposits to make payments. And then further, guaranteeing the 45% in that sub-account within the SIPA, there is no mechanism to automatically transfer those funds into the school capital construction account. Further, that guarantee necessarily doesn't occur on July 1st of the fiscal year, but 90 days after the fiscal year, when the state treasurer's office finalizes its investment income and determines whether they either exceeded or met the spending policy, or if they need to guarantee that amount from the reserve account. So as we look forward to fiscal year 21-22, there's a couple of pressures. You will no longer have those state royalties be continuously deposited in the school capital construction account. They're going to be put into a separate account. The SIPA guarantee in that sub-account will not be deposited into the school capital construction account. So you could be in the position where the school capital construction account will have to do interfund borrowing from the LSRA to make their major maintenance payments. Or you could just direct these funds to the school capital construction account. I think there's language for the LSRA where we front load the spending policy guarantee. So you could theoretically, from the PMTF reserve account, front load on July 1 of each fiscal year that 45% of the spending policy amount for the SIPA. And then just have those state royalties continually deposited in the capital construction account rather than that separate state mineral royalties account. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we just offer those comments to give you something to consider. You could, every year within the budget bill, if you wanted, for example, have language that does that, or you just fix it permanently, but just give those options.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Matt, what is your recollection of what we said and why we created the sub-account? Can you help us remember what we said? Why are we parking the car before we get it all the way to the parking lot?
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Landon, yeah, I just think that's part of the legislative process. I think I think that's just how things were done. I don't think it was intentionally that way.
Sometimes we know not what we do. Is that what you're? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, it could have been late at night. I can't remember, or early in the morning. I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Bebout.
Yeah, I had a question about the school land income fund. You know, all the money now is going here, and that's what we did the last session in terms of that $50 million. What about the inflation proofing? You know, we guarantee 5%. And if we look out 2 or 3 years out, I think that at Cap Finance the other day, maybe somebody here was at Cap Finance, that, you know, we're not going to be able to maintain the 5% because we won't have the income to be able to guarantee that 5%. Of course, we'll spend down the reserve account to cover that. I get that. But what does that do to the income fund, the permanent school income fund, being able to guarantee the 5%? And then we ratchet it down. I know that too. But what happens in that scenario? And I guess it's 2 or 3 years out, probably.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator Bebout, I think really what you're getting at is that $42 million used to be deposited within the common school account within the permanent land fund, and so, you know, that intergenerational equity analysis that provides that additional income in the future years. That $42 million each year won't be deposited within in the permanent fund. It'll be deposited within the school capital construction account or the state mineral royalties account. So I think that's where is that the issue that you're getting at?
Chairman, exactly. That's exactly what I'm asking, because like I said, Cap Finance, if it's a projection, then of course they're just projections, but that we will not be able to maintain the 5% guarantee, or as it ratchets down that guarantee, you know, 2 or 3 years out of that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Senator Bebout, you are correct. The LSO estimates based on the Craig forecast and from the Treasurer's Office does not profile capital gains or losses. And so I think it's about a 2.7% investment income through dividends and interest, which doesn't get to the spending policy of 4.75 in future years, or even the 4.5 that'll be ratcheted down to. And so that common school permanent land fund reserve account will be exhausted based upon our forecast. I think it's in fiscal year 24 or 25. That'll be exhausted if the spending policies aren't met.
Representative, or Speaker Harshman, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the key is, I mean, and folks, when you hear this out there, and maybe there's a person or two watching this, you know, we do not profile capital gains, just as a matter of policy, to be very conservative. Now, do we get capital gains? Sure. About 7 to 8 years out of 10, we meet the spending policy. It's 7.5 years out of 10, we meet the spending policy. And so, to counter those other 2.5 years out of 10, we've built up a large reserve account, 150% of that amount. And when that thing's fully topped off, it'll guarantee capital gains well over those 2.5 years, right? It'd be for several years, 6, 7 years. So I think we've got a very conservative policy, and I know I've been hearing it for the last 18 years in the legislature about we can't meet our 5%. And I think another deal that folks need to know on this intergenerational equity, and I'm all for that, don't get me wrong, I'm the 4x10 guy, right, 8x18 guy. But I'll just say that the Constitution says 2/3 of those royalties are saved forever. 1/3 to be used for operations. Back in 1992, some unknown legislator ran a bill or ran an amendment to a bill that capped that. It says still 1/3 in the statute, but to be capped at 8 million. And back in 1992, 1/3 was 8 million. Well, now today, 1/3 is 50 million. And so about intergenerational equity, you know, we got to take care of people who are living today too. I mean, there's that balance. And so the balance that the Wyoming Constitution has struck is that 2/3 will go to the future, 1/3 be used now. And so I'm really grateful that bill passed the Senate, and I think there's a couple things we could do to make our cash flow a little better, to make it so we don't borrow from ourselves. And I think you spelled those out in that last paragraph there on the back of that memo on page 4, and from some automatic deposits, and then also with those state royalties, and then probably need to do something with, and maybe that's enough to carry cash flow into the fall when the investment income from the common school account is all squared away. And so anyway, I think I guess I want to finish this with this. If you look at that, it's $200 million in revenue that we basically have been able to use for this purpose. And I think the request is $233 million for this next biennium, and we've got about $200 million there. So we've done a great job on really our 3 deficits: general fund, school CapCon, school operations. And this one, we've nearly plugged the hole, and I think we can make some small little improvements to kind of finish this. So anyway, yeah, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good, I think. So we're close.
Good. Further comments? Any more further questions for Ms. Hoag or Mr. Willmarth? All right. Stay close.
Thank you.
More questions?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question.
Senator Landon.
Are you wanting or expecting either now or in our October meeting that the select committee would make any sort of recommendation going forward, or?
I think possibly we'll look into that one. Let's do some public comment.
Okay.
Public comment? Public comment on the presentation? Any public comment on the presentation? All right. With that, committee, are there any thoughts or ideas from the committee on this presentation?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to get the 2 bills drafted to do those transfers. And I mean, once we get them drafted and look at it, we can go up or down with one. Well, 1 bill. This could be in 1 bill too.
Okay.
Just a thought.
Committee Representative Summers, you didn't hear him, he wants to have a bill drafted that would allow for those cash flow issues to be alleviated. And I think he's really basing it on the last paragraph of the memo, going along those lines, doing something in that regard. Mr. Willmarth?
Mr. Chairman, there's a couple options we can do. One would just be delete that state mineral royalties account that we created last session and just have those statement royalties to remain deposited in the state capital construction account. So that's one option. Or we could transfer, just have those be continually deposited from that state mineral royalties account to the capital construction account. So we can work with you, or we can have some direction today on how you want those state mineral royalties deposited.
Representative Summers, what's your desire?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we created that coffee can. Let's just use it and then double it back.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, the second question is, do you want to guarantee or front load, I guess that's the better way, you want to front load the capital construction account from that sub-account at the beginning of the fiscal year, and then have the treasurer's office and state auditor work out any necessary accounting differences at the end of the fiscal year?
Representative Summers?
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would ask you, Matt, what's the most efficient way to do that as far as the ability of government to get that done in an efficient way?
Mr. Chairman, if it works with you, we'll go back to the office and see what we previously have done. I think we've done
Summers, possibly the speaker, and myself, as you proceed, that would be great.
You bet, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bebout.
Mr. Chairman, as I read that, I'm just thinking about one more time we're earmarking again. And I don't know, once you do that, then it's gonna go automatically. And, you know, ultimately, the legislature can decide to do that. We can do that through the appropriations process and through the discussion of the entire legislature. But once you earmark it, it's gone, it's out the door, and that's the way it's gonna be. And I'm not sure that's a good idea. Anyway, I
Good
think I
thought,
wanna be
Senator
on board
Bebout,
on
I
that
think.
one, so.
Senator Bebout, I think we'll have the bill drafted. Once we see it, we can decide what we think of it.
Yep.
Go from there. Okay. Any further comments or thoughts on the cash flow presentation that we received? Matt and Ted and Leanne, we have enough direction on how to craft the bill to do something?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
We will do something.
Very good, very good. With that, we'll move on to a status update on the UW Lab School. Director McOmie and Mr. Finney. Committee, in the smaller of the two binders we received, there is a tab for UW Lab School, so I think that's where
Yes.
Director Mr. Finney will be
Look like that.
speaking from.
So, Mr. Chairman, page 12 of 26 has the update here, and what I'd like to do is just go through the Albany County School District number 1 and UW has come up with a solution, a joint resolution on how to address the lab school currently located on the UW campus. A level 1 study has been completed, and we provided that to the committee during our last session. The lab school has a capacity of 272 students and is a K-8 configuration. The building is 60,320 square feet. When we put the number of students into the calculator, it's actually only 1,762 square foot above the commission's guidelines with the calculator. So it's actually pretty close to what we would use. It's currently using a portion of the basement, the gymnasium, the first and second floor of the facility on the UW campus. The district and the UW have a MOU that defines the roles between each of the parties. Talks about utilities, payments, custodial services, maintenance, repairs, and how to essentially operate the facility. In 2016, the SCD, when we did our last condition assessment, we hired and had the consultant come out and also do this facility. It scored a 0.39 on the condition of the facility, so it'd be 18th on the facility condition index. So if you go to the next page, looking at it from a conditions point of view, this is essentially the condition list that was developed out of the last condition assessment. And down there in green is the UW Lab School and where it would fit in. So you can see the schools above it. On July 8th, we did a site tour, UW Albany County School District number 1, legislators, myself represented the SCD. We talked about the safety, conditions, capacity, and actually got to kick the building, walk around, and look at it. On July 11th, the SCD presented IBARs, which is the budgetary process, up to the State Building Commission. And what happened is most of the projects come in, either they come in on to the SCD and they head up to this committee here through the commission on the school side and to the SBC on the other side. The portion that was taken to SBC was for the exterior stone, 3 observation rooms, and the audio visual equipment. These are above what the a normal school would require, so it came up through that process. The amount was $1.1 million. The rest of it is $27 million is the standard process on a school. The SBC, as you can see in the IBARs actual insert there, is the actual IBARs document that went to the SBC. They made an approved recommendation to move forward the $1.1 million, and the other funds would come up to this select committee in the amount of $27 million. So that's financially where the project currently sits. In addition to the condition, we also did a little bit of capacity analysis, taking into consideration the SFC's methodology present and looking if we took those kids out of the facilities and put them back into the school district, how would it look capacity-wise? So presently in 2018, the enrollment for the elementary is 1629. The capacity is 1734, so they have 105 seats available. There's a statute that talks about cohort projection, taking the survival rate. Moving down 5 years after, it would still have 135 seats. So essentially, the student population is going down. There is available space. So capacity-wise, not there. However, in the middle school, if those students were taken out, you have 849 as the enrollment. The capacity is only 85. So they're already 64 seats short. Doing the methodology and the cohort projections on the second table down, they'd still be short by 30 students. You can see there in SFC Rules and Regulations, Chapter 8, Section 3, it talks about high, medium, and low capacity. So in the middle school, they'd actually be at a high capacity need, and we would then look for a remedy to solve the solution. Looking over on the next page, page 26, is the actual capacity of the current state of where we're at for high, medium, and low. Currently, Albany 1 and the middle school is already at a medium capacity. They're at 96.56%. They're short by 27 seats, so, or it's 27 seats available, excuse me. So,
Senator Rothfuss.
Sorry to interrupt, but when we're talking about percent of capacity and capacity calculation, which of the many methods that we've looked at over the years are we looking at? Because in Albany County, we actually have 16 to 1-ish, 16.3 depending on the year. So when we're talking these elementary school available seats, is that assuming that we're achieving our 16 to 1, or is that assuming what we looked at before where we were just going by the capitation of the maximum available in the room with a 21 cap?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, the current SFC capacity methodology has a restricted capacity of 16.
So this calculation is using the 16 for K3. Okay,
yes, sir. Yeah. Then in the conclusion, if those students were in the middle school, we'd need an addition of approximately 14,921 square feet. And it costs about $6.6 million. Now, the remedy could be debated, and we'd have to go through a pretty good study to make sure. But in theory, you'd need a couple extra classrooms to accommodate the students. The I-bars that was presented to the SBC had a 300 student capacity. So in the phase 1 or the planning study, they accounted for some growth there. And the total cost of the project is estimated to be $28 million. I would like to note that this amount is not recommended in the 21-22 biennial budget that we'll be going over later today. So.
Mr. Chairman. Senator Leanne.
So, Mr. Finney, thanks for all this information. Director McOmie, if you had to put a figure on initial design funding, about where would that land?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, you're looking at approximately $3.9 million. That would include all of your design professionals.
And Mr. Chairman, that's within that that larger dollar amount. That's included in that.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be in addition to.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a question on that. So how long's that old gym floor been there? I'm serious. I mean,
Really?
that thing's like a gym. I hate to see that thing get torn.
It won't.
Yeah.
It is a gem.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I don't know, but it was beautiful. When we walked it, I thought it was pretty impressive. So, quite some time.
So, just a reminder now, what's going to happen with that building, Mr. Chairman?
Well, we'd have, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, they'd have to do the planning and the design of where they would locate it. But it was my understanding when we did the walkthrough that it would be adjacent to that facility. It would not be they would not scrape and demo the existing facility.
Might be, Mr. Chairman, there just might be a rider on anything there that Jim has to
Any further questions for the director or Mr. Finney? Further questions? All right, I know you got. Oh yes, Senator Rothfuss.
So if this program goes forward,
building, I understand, we're gonna build a brand new building, but we're gonna leave the old one there.
Mr.
Is that
Chairman?
what we just said?
Yeah, it's part of a larger education college initiative where that space that is in the college, in the education building could then be refurbished by the university to then use as classroom teaching and so right now nobody's really discussing knocking anything down, and certainly not that gym. I watched a lot of basketball in that gym.
Yeah. Okay. Any further questions for the director, Finney? All right, thanks. Public comment on this UW Lab School. I see the university's here. Would they like to offer some thoughts? Welcome. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Meredith Acey, Director of Government Relations for the University of Wyoming. We don't have much else to offer, but I wanted to just ask the committee if there were any questions for either myself or the Dean of the College of Education, Ray Reitzel, is in the room as well. This project was voted on by the Board of Trustees in May to put forward as one of our priorities for capital construction requests. So we did that in May, and then we've been following the department's process. So happy to answer any questions, but we appreciate the work of the department.
Thank you for being here. Generically speaking, the new construction is contemplated being just north of the existing College of Education building. Is that correct? Just to try and get, so the rest of the committee has a brief understanding of where they would like to build the new lab school.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that the exact location has been determined. However, the locations that I have heard have all been north of the existing lab school.
Dean Reitzel, welcome. Anything you'd like to offer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is they're still working on a site plat for the lab school. I've heard several plans, but like Meredith, the plan I have heard is that it would be located approximately northeast of the current College of Education building, near the area where the Lewis Street will be vacated. Apparently there's a plan for a dormitory and then a space in between that and physical services that's being looked at into the hillside. That's what the most recent plan I've heard about.
Okay. Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Dean Reitzel, is there anything that would preclude the university and Albany County School District from proceeding with initial design efforts if you did not have a site selected? Does the site selection have to be the precursor to any work you do on design?
Do you want to speak to that?
Actually, I'd actually ask the department that question.
Director McOmie, any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, typically we have a site selected so that we can properly fit it within the site, look at the foundations, the soils, all those sort of things. I think you could lay out what the concept of the teaching would look like, those sort of things, but you certainly couldn't proceed with an overall design and what we'd call level 3, that construction documents. You wouldn't be able to get to that point until we do have that site laid out.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, a quick follow-up. So Meredith, I guess the question would be, do you have any sense, you were the dean, as to when a site selection might be accomplished? I mean, is there, it sounds like the conversation is taking place.
Mr. Chair, Senator Landon, we have a 20-year master planning project going on the campus right now, and in fact this Friday there's an open house to present that plan to the university community. I have not yet seen what that plan has to offer, but my sense is, in having talked with Matt Kibben from the university, that conversation is going on.
about where to put the lab school in that site plan with the Sasaki group that has been contracted as a consultant for that master plan. That's what I know at this point in time. My sense is that there will be a site and that it will be as close to the college as we can get it for a lot of reasons, because it makes it so much more accessible to our students to get to that facility, and it would be really ideal to have it as. The reason it's been in the building for so long is that it's so helpful to be able to get our students and public school students in the same space together to practice their teaching. So we'd like to have that as close as possible, but we're working with the administration to determine that location.
Mr. Chairman. Senator Rothfuss, or did you have something, Senator Landon?
Well, Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment. So just really appreciate that information. I personally, Mr. Chairman, came away from the interim. I think I've visited 2 or 3 times, and I've come away with some real urgency on this effort. I think it is the first piece of a puzzle that needs to be put together over the next few years to get the College of Education up to where your vision is, Dean Reitzel, and frankly, I think where we've got to get to if we're going to take care of our districts out there and provide the kind of teachers going forward. So my urgency, though, was dampened a little bit today just by knowing that we probably need to have a site selection. So anyway, that I'll let Mr. Good Senator take over. But
Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. To provide just a little more background, there are several processes going on right now, and working groups looking at the site. So there's the master plan for the campus, which is the entirety of the university, trying to get a higher level vision. You know that we've got the planning for the residence halls and our task force on the residence halls. The area that residence halls are looking at are immediately adjacent to what we're talking about here, and kind of to the east and north a little bit. The Lewis Street corridor is being designed actively, and so a lot of that's going to be torn up over the next year as we abandon Lewis Street and turn that into more of a Prexy's pasture look. So the site selection for the lab school is all coming together as part of having 3 different projects that are all coming together at this location. So it really is a key time right now to figure out exactly where we're going to place it and come up with some preliminary designs. Maybe not the level 3 immediately, but we really do need to know how this piece is going to fit into this puzzle, because over the next couple of years, we're tearing all of that area up. And what we've done in the past recently is we've literally torn streets up and then repaved the streets and then
torn the streets up.
Torn them back up the next year. We have one that we did 3 times because we do not have the ability to organize these projects in the way that we would like to organize them. This is an opportunity where we're going to tear up everything around Lewis Street, and we're going to be tearing things up for the new dorms. We should be able to have the planning, placement, and preliminary planning go forward. We actually have a pretty good idea of where it needs to be, but we have some discussions that are ongoing with regard to real estate that influence the placement. So I wish we could say that we know exactly where it's going to be, but we're in a sticky situation where we can't say that. But the take-home message is it's very close to the existing College of Education that we're intending to end up having the school, so that it's a tiny little walk, and it's very supportive then of the mutual missions between the lab school and the College of Education based on all of the various working groups. They all have it in the same general spot, the details to be worked out. So I hope that provides a little bit of additional clarity. I do think that the challenging circumstance would be all of these other things are coming into place, and there are no design funds as a possibility. Then we're going to tear up the street, repave the street, tear up the street again. If we don't have the ability to have planning engaging in the the new lab school development at the same time as Lewis Street, the residence halls, and the rest of the master plan. So I just want to make sure that we realize that it's a critical time. I wish I knew exactly when it was going to be able to go forward.
So Mr. Chairman, not to belabor, but I do think this is important. I think it's one of the more important things that this committee and the Joint Education Committee will take forward over the next 2 or 3 years. And my thought is that maybe, and it's of course up to the committee, but we could consider or ponder a placeholder. And then it would be up to our Appropriations Committee to analyze that carefully and find out, just to see if we feel like we can go forward with whatever we put in the budget. But we could consider, given the fact that the State Building Commission has already approved the 1 point whatever, that piece of it for the university, that the select committee could put a placeholder there pending the selection of a site, and that would pick up where the senator left off, which is it would be in place to go straight forward into design efforts. So that's a thought.
Oh, excuse me, Director McOmie.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, looking at our calculation sheet when we went through and determined the overall cost and that 3.9 that was in there, if you wanted to work on the schematics and the front end, the planning part of that, there's about 2.4 million for that, and then they can get the architect on. They can be kind of working on some of that, and then the additional design money and the construction dollars could flow through once that's all established in, say, the next session. That way you're not missing anything in that time period.
Mr. Chairman, while you're up, Dale, along that same line, we've had a lot of money spent on projects at the university lately. Are there any reversions at all that are available? Do we know? I know it's all run by the university, but do you have access to those numbers? Or
University of Wyoming reversions?
Yeah, the reversions on the capital construction. We funded, and part of it came from the university. Are there any reversions available to help with something like this?
Mr. Chairman, I would have to go back and look at that. I do know that we reverted, it's about 15 million on the school side this last year. Head back on the capital or on the state side, I'd have to, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on the university side, the money that we allocated to them to build, if there's any reversions from our money we put into it.
Right.
And or their money as well, at least they're backing some money.
Mr. Chair, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate the time. I really struggle with this, Mr. Chairman, and for a variety of reasons. And I don't mind planning ahead and finding. I think the university can certainly find a spot that they want to put a new lab school, and they can protect it. They can secure it, and they can make sure that nothing else ever happens there. They can even stub in utilities while they got the roads done. That's done on a regular basis. But I really struggle moving ahead with this and putting this lab school ahead of all of the other schools that are there on condition. I think that we have a process. I think that we should follow that process. I struggle, Mr. Chairman, when we was there and we heard how this current school, we can't get technology in there, we can't get security in there, we can't get any of these things in there. And then when we asked the question, will we tear the building down? We said, no, we're going to use it. Well, what will you do it? Well, we'll put technology in there, and we'll put security in there, and we'll do all of these things. And so all the things that were impossible to do for the school side, we're going to be able to do for the administrative side when we move it in there. We've got a population that uses that school. It's done by lottery. I don't know that we have to have it at that full amount. I think it's a great idea. I support it. I just don't think that it should be placed in front of everything else. I think that it should take its time. I think you've got plenty of ability in this master plan to secure a site, to have it in the future. I'm probably the lone wolf here, but that's the way I feel.
Senator Rossberger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm a big supporter of the lab school, and I've used it over the years in my education, and I've had teachers that I've hired that used it, and I've been to many meetings there. But I have to say that I agree. It's 18th on the list. I don't have a problem with giving Right, like my neighbor. And, but I think it needs to have a process, and the process is it has a score, and its score, there are 17 other schools in front of it. And so I think what the university should do is in their planning, they should go ahead, we should appropriate some funds, a small amount of money, to get them started. They can put the lab school at the end of their plan so that it corresponds with when it comes up and it's ready to be funded through the school facilities. And so I think at that point in time, we're not looking at, to me, it looks like you'd be there either next year or the year after.
Speaker Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on your presentation, Director McOmie or maybe, and I agree, I think every kind of here in the Senate committee, it's on page 24, that list you have, the 18th on the condition index. Out of those 18 schools, how many of those are actually, you think, construction remedies? Not all those are construction remedies, are they? And how many are full bit? You know, I guess you're going to get into that when you bring your budget to us. But can you go down that list? Say this, yes, yes, no, no. Just kind of give us a sense right now, so we know. When we say 18, people think, hey, there's 17 schools you're building before this one. I'd be curious how many of these are actually construction remedies.
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, I'm just going to look at the number on the left here, and I'll say it's addressed. 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 are already remedied.
So 1, 2, 5, and 6 are done.
Yep. 10 is in the budget today we'll be talking about. 12 is in the budget today we'll be talking about. 15 is remedied. And that's it.
And then the other ones, do they have remedies spelled out for them? I mean, you know what we want to do with them?
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, we're currently, most of them are Laramie ones. We have a planning study going on right now to look at like a campus, overall solution, because there's opportunities to maybe consolidate instead of doing 1, 2. We could maybe knock one down and, knock 2 down, just build one. So,
right.
yeah, economies of scale, efficiencies. So.
Okay, so I think that's part of the thing. When we look at that, we want to make sure we're kind of looking at it the way that it's lined out, really. Thank you.
Further questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cost, one moment.
Go ahead.
Senator Cost?
I don't want to belabor the point, and I'm certainly 100% in favor of the lab school. But at the same time, my question was going to be, what are some of these other schools going to say when all of a sudden we're moving somebody up above them? So I do think that if we have a process set there, we've got to be respectful of those others as we work our way toward it. If we can find a solution that would best fit and answer that, I'm all for it. But I just think we got to be careful and respectful of the other districts involved with this.
Okay. Further questions? Further questions? Oh, Senator Rebound, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Same question for staff on the capacity side. Where are all those at? On page 26.
Mr. Finney, if you know those off the top of your
Yeah,
head.
I do. Mr. Chairman, Senator Rebout, Afton Osmond is going to be presented today in the budget for remedy. Casper, if you look down there, they've got mothballed schools. Sheridan 1, Bighorn, we're asking for some planning money to look at a study. Laramie 1, you'll be presented a capacity school. Lander, we're asking for some planning money to study a remedy. The 912s and part of the big planning study in Laramie 1, that's item 6. And item 7 already got funded in the last legislative session.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, what page is that on?
That's
Which report?
page 26 of 26, UW Lab School.
And Mr. Chairman, one last
Follow
question
up?
for Meredith while she's still up here. You say it's a high priority university. I've heard a lot of high priorities. Is there actually a priority list available? I mean, I'm not even going to get into all the asks and everything. How does it stand up, or where is it priority? Is it just like you say, high priority, 10 projects, medium priority, 10 projects? Have you you really prioritize 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or is it just one big group?
Mr. Chairman,
Push
Senator,
the button, please,
sorry,
Meredith.
sorry, I thought I did. Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, I think that's a good question. I think that priority list has, the creation of that priority list has varied over the years. Every year, the Joint Appropriations Committee asks for a list, and we have provided a list of capital construction priorities. The last year, at least, we separated the list of priorities by educational capital construction priorities and then athletics capital construction priorities. A similar list was brought forward by the previous administration to the trustees in May. And from that list, the top one of the athletics priority was the lab school and
That's it. Academics.
oh, I'm sorry,
That's
did
it.
I say athletics? I'm sorry.
It's
Academics.
It's the
Sorry.
gym floor. It's the gym floor.
The number one priority for the academics portion, I apologize, was the lab school, and so that was put forward. The number one and number two priority for athletics was also put forward in our capital construction as one request. So the top, from the list that was created in May by President Nichols, the Board of Trustees chose the tops of both the academics list and the top of the athletics facilities list. So that's how the priorities has been put forward this year.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for the two folks at the table currently?
One question, Meredith, in terms of the agriculture as well. Is that in that top priority list as well?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Cost, there are several facilities within the umbrella of agriculture. I would guess that there are some facilities in that list, but I don't remember which ones off the top of my head.
That's okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from Meredith or Dean Reitzel? All right, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Further public comment on the UW Lab School? Any further public comment on the UW Lab School? All right, seeing none. Committee, it was just a presentation. If there is action, it would probably be best taken up in the budget section of our day today. So unless someone else has any other comments on the UW Lab School, we'll conclude that topic for the day. I'd like to recognize Representative DeWitt for being here. Thank you for being here today. Stopping in for a few minutes anyhow. And, or excuse me, Washington, why did I say DeWitt? Washington, excuse me.
Yeah, whatever his name is.
Whatever his name is, that's right. Washington, excuse me. And with that, let's take a quick break and then we will get started on the commission. Back to business, and we had some public comment to get started on just a general comment of the day. And this young lady would like to get on the road, and she has a long drive back to the western part of the state.
I have a board meeting, or I wouldn't be asking for a favor. Anyway, Teresa Chalk, Teresa Chalk, Superintendent Lincoln 1. I just wanted to thank the School Facilities Commission and the Select Committee for considering our project, which is tearing down Kimmer Elementary. It was built in 1972. It's 39,000 square feet. We closed that building, and now we're in a K-6 building, but we put our alternative school in it because we never had a suitable building for that. So anyway, it's a project that you're considering. So we would reduce our square footage by about 36,000 square feet if the project's approved. So I'll be at your meeting in Fremont County if you have questions, but I just wanted to thank you for considering our project.
Very good. Any questions for Representative?
Representative Summers isn't going to make it, but I think you'll make it in time at Farson to grab an.
I actually have it set up, and you couldn't get a room in, I don't know what's going on in Casper, but we just had that conversation. So I have a room in Rollins I'm driving to get on my computer to call in for a board meeting. Never done that before. We'll see how it goes.
Very good. Well, travel safely, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Finney, Director McOmie, we'll get into the budget request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Del McOmie, Director with State Construction Department. The budget that we're going to discuss today is basically the same as the briefing that we gave you at your last meeting. The only change that really of any substance in that is the $4 million that was mentioned earlier in today's presentations on the major maintenance side due to the latest calculations with the RS means value. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and start running down through the budget, and I'll have Mr. Finney really kind of take over as we kind of come down through this. So again, overall our budget is in the same area that it has been for the last two bienniums. It's about $233 million, not counting the $4 million addition. So there really isn't any change over previous funding models. We have those things such as the leases and paying for some of the mobile buildings, things like that, that are standard. They're by statute that we go through. Major maintenance is one of those that's really in statute that says, you know, you shall submit this based on this formula. We do have a couple of other things in here that I guess I look at more they're something outside of our normal budget process, although it's how we do the budget every year, and that is we look at capacity, we look at component or condition projects, and so we've got some of those this time. Lesser dollars than in previous years in some cases. The one thing that is a little bit different under land leases, and we talked about that at the last meeting, there's a budget request for $94,000. That's for the elementary school in Laramie 1, and typically we ask for that for $4,200 every biennium, and we would be asking for that for another 25 or 30 bienniums. And so rather than come back every time and ask for $4,200 for the biennium, we're trying to get the full amount and be done with that long-term lease for the school. Obviously, it's a state land that we're on with that school, and we're not going to give up $2,400 some year to tear down a brand new $28 million school. So it makes sense in my mind to quit coming and wasting everybody's time on this budget request for $4,200 every biennium. So that's the one thing that's a little bit different overall in our request this time. The other thing that I want to mention, and this was some of the discussion we had early on this morning, we've got a couple of items in here under item 16. That's the last one that's down there under other budget considerations. That's on page 2 of this, and those are those projects that fit or fall outside of kind of a normal capacity, condition, those sort of things that the commission has worked with the school districts on to try and remedy situations. One of those was talked about a little bit earlier was Jackson. within that budget request. So we'll get into details on those again, and certainly dive down as deep as the committee wants to in any of the questions on this. The project that was just talked about with the superintendent from Kemmer, that's a seismic seismic problem in that particular building. It's the last one in the state that has an issue. All the rest of them have been remedied over the years, and that's why they moved their children out of that school, the elementary, because of the seismic zone that it falls in and the reports from the structural engineers on that. But they don't have a place when they move their elementary school into their other building with a larger number of students, that displaced their alternate school. So the request is to tear down that building that could fall down from the structural reports that we've got if we have any sort of a larger earthquake, and that western part of the state is in a high earthquake zone, and then replace that with a much smaller facility for that alternate school children. And so again, that's a little bit different thing than you've probably seen, certainly in my 4 years, and I don't think we've gone back. It's been a number of years since any of those seismic schools were remedied in the past. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, we'll certainly start walking down through the budget and that process.
Please proceed.
Okay.
Any questions before we get started, rather? Okay, proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'll start with tabs 2 through 5 and take us through sort of the last annual or fiscal year. Tab 2, page 3 of 75 starts with our financial statements ending in June 30th of 2019. Overall, there's been $3.6 billion in column A in appropriations. As discussed earlier, in our last reversion, once we complete our facility planning process, we revert funds. So we had a reversion of $15.5 million heading back. In the operations, you can see there our last, in column A, last appropriations was 6.5. Later here in a little bit, we'll be talking about our new request, which is at 6.3. So we've been able to reduce our operations by $146,000 moving forward, creating some efficiencies. Major maintenance appropriations, you can see our appropriations on the left. It's consistently been going up. The last one in the 1920 biennium was for $145 million, and today we'll be looking at $153 million. So cost of construction has been increasing. On the capital construction side, there's been $2.7 billion appropriated. You can see our expenditures and balances not expended. I'll get into what we have encumbered and not encumbered here in just a few minutes. A lot of times, or every...
Before I leave that, Mr. Chairman, how many projects are underway in terms of dollar amount that are not completed?
Oh.
You get it to me.
Yeah, I'll pull it down.
Not near like it used to be. They're pretty well on target, and there's really none outstanding out there that's been lingering for years or a couple of years.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, we're cleaning up our accounts, and one of the ways you can tell is by having these massive reversions. When you're having $15 million, that funding that was backlogged has been executed, pushed through the pipe. Those projects are cleaning out, and we're tightening up the accounts. But I'll make a note to follow up with quantity of projects. Okay. Our unanticipated, this is essentially a ledger, each on page 7 of 75. You can see it there at the top. It says 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. With each legislative request, we get an appropriations and we track every unanticipated request. It has to go before the commission and approve before we could cover any unforeseen conditions on a project.
Mr. Chairman, in your budget for paper, if you could make those a little smaller, it might save a little more money.
We'll work on that. Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, I would just say let's not use any unanticipated, and we don't have to log it. So page 11 of 75 is sort of what we just touched upon about the quantity of projects. In column F, you can see awarded CapCon. There's $61.9 million that's been contracted with signed ink and is being executed. Budgeted CapCon is 128.2. That's money that's been appropriated and not procured and contracted. So total, there's still $190 million that needs to be executed.
Committed.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Each month we look at the next couple pages are just what's been authorized to. These are essentially when we're writing contracts and for what project number, so we can encumber the funds onto that facility.
Mr. Chairman, is that thing at Jeffrey City done?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, you can see that's where they encumbered the money. It's pretty close. We're on the downhill slope. The next section I would take you to is page 17 of 75. This is essentially all the appropriations by school district. We just keep track of those, how much was awarded to each or appropriated to each project by district.
Mr. Chairman, just during what time period?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, since the conception of the financial statement. So. The next page I would take you to is the 680 report, which is on page 29 of 75. This is the major maintenance balance that's currently sitting out with all the school districts. You can see their expenditures in column B, the interest that they're accruing with that. Okay.
Of 75, committee. Looks like we're there.
Okay. So expenditures reported by each district, total interest, there's money sitting in those accounts. The district accrues interest based upon that, and they're able to then reinvest it or spend it back on the facilities. This year we started the 75% major maintenance payment. So 75% went out. And then after this biennium, I believe the new bill went into the quarterly payment. So we're making that transition into the new process. Total out there in the column F is $147 million sitting in the district's accounts.
Brandon, remind me on page 29 by Fremont number 38 has asterisks.
Mr. Chairman, district didn't submit the financial documents. That was due on July 31st. I believe it was due to some HR turnover. So businessman and, you know.
Who is Fremont?
Arapahoe.
Yeah, so HR challenges.
Very good.
Page 30 of 75, the commission has an emergency account, and sometimes school districts need to ask for emergency funds. We had two in the last fiscal year. One was due to a high needs student. That happens from time to time. A kid comes in, you got to make accommodations. So a district did that for $95,000. In Sheridan 2, we had a landslide at the junior high that the toe of the hill sloughed off, and we had to go in there and fix that problem as well. And that was for $800,000. So total is $895,000 in emergency for the year.
On that landslide, did it damage the school at all, or did you just have to clean up the mess?
Mr. Chairman, it didn't damage the facility. It was actually the building and the parking lots up above it. But with time, it obviously you got a $100 million building sitting there. It could cause some problems.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's actually a much larger project that the school district partnered with the city in. Much of that slide, or the majority of the slides, actually on the city side. So the city went in and kind of contracted that, and it was actually fairly fortunate. Commend the district for working with them, and the fact that I think economy of scale to get that down. There was a bunch of grant money and things like that that the city was able to get and then move in and do that. So overall, I think it was a good project, and hopefully that is an area that we've had 2 or 3 slides in the past in that same area with that district, and hopefully this will kind of lay it to rest. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure, be back.
Question on all the capital construction, would it be easy just to, the amount of money spent in the district divided by the ADM and see how much we spent per kid? Is that an easy thing to do?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebo, I believe we've ran those calculations. We looked at cost per student and, in the past.
Could you just give me that with this updated number, please?
Let's share that with the whole committee, if you would, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, page 31 of 75 is a B11 report. There's a statute that allows the department to move money between project, and a project is defined by planning, design, construction. So if one of the accounts, such as construction in this case, is short to cover any of the financial liabilities, we do a B11 process, as you can see, they're on the Fort Washakie 912 and the K8, move money from design to construction to cover cost. Only 2 of them. So.
Mr. Chairman, that was moving some of that money. I don't know if the committee recalls, but I know we've got a couple of members from Fremont County, but a couple of years ago when they were building that new school, we had record amount of rainfall. It never recorded that much in that same area where the school was, and there was a lot of flooding, and they had to do a lot of work on the foundations and some work redoing the utilities and everything. And so moving the dollars within some of those other accounts that hadn't been used by, say, the architect and those sort of things, actually we're just finishing up with the district and the construction company all those costs, but we're not having to ask for any money out of unanticipated funds from the commission to cover all that work that was done for that particular project in that.
Representative Larson.
So is that, if you go to the next page on the demolition, is that, or that 912K for Washakie, is that Fremont 21 for demolition, that 88,000 square feet? Is that what that was?
Mr. Chairman,
as far as,
Are those the same thing?
yes, that's part of the, well, that's demolition of their existing building that was there for that construction project, yes. It nothing to do with the flooding, but it was part of that overall project.
Exactly, which
Yes.
is what that appropriation, that emergency, that B11 was for.
No, the B11 was actually to help cover the costs due to the work that we had to redo and accelerate due to the flooding.
Mr. Chairman, page 32 of 75, during our facility planning process on the school side, we've got a robust database of all the properties, and we meet with the school districts to go through their profile and the status, and this is an updated of those statuses that were changed, either closed, demolished, or disposed of. So we track every time they're making a change, acquiring or disposing property.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Finney, when you dispose of modules, does that necessarily mean we're going to the landfill with it? What do you mean by dispose? Does that allow the district to sell it to somebody else?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, it could be a couple of options. In Campbell, they actually just demoed them with a backhoe, and they were depreciated. So sometimes the district will sell them as well if it's still in good shape.
The districts have also moved them from one district to another district that was needing a modular. I think we've had that occur within the last year and a half. So there's a lot of different things that they do with those. Some of them they just turn back to the company that they were renting those from. So.
Yep. Page 33 of 75, we had new schools open. So the Munger Mountain in Jackson is complete and opened. That was a nice achievement. Also in Bighorn 2, we had the Lovell ES as a remodel. If you recall, there was we went for some money a while back on emergency. It had a structural issue on that as well. Came in there, got it fixed. We had a temporary funding through the commission, and then came to Legislature for the final remedy. Tab 3 is essentially the expenditures. The appropriations are in red, and the expenditure line is in green. And then our forecast of where we're heading with that last bit of $190 million It doesn't take into account that we may have some additional cash coming in, but we're graphing that stuff to look at our expenditure rate. Now we start transitioning on tab 4 is the student capacity. For a while there, we had quite an increase in capacity. We were heavy on building new schools to provide roofs over students' head. Had a small pullback, and here in a little bit I'll be going over the effects of that and how it translates into a capacity list. Page 36 is the same thing. We use all this data provided by WDE just to look at the trends and see what kind of effects it'll have on the facilities.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Finney, this is through 2018. Just anecdotally, I'm hearing that 2019. Are you hearing the same thing, that enrollment may be up?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, from the districts that I've been speaking with, there's going to be an uptick. And it may not be every district, but some have nice increases, which is good. I think it's great when we have higher numbers. Okay. Tab 5 is now we start moving into capacity, condition, and component projects. So I'll walk you through the 3 lists that we sort of touched on earlier. So on page 38 of 75 is the capacity list. And I'll go on the left. The ranking, we're going to have we'll be talking about a remedy for Afton Osmond. Natrona, there's no remedy because down at the bottom we have a footnote that they have mothballed schools. So a remedy there would be just open up a school. Sheridan 1, they got a capacity. We got some planning money to address that. Laramie 1, we have a budget in this, or a project in this budget for a new elementary school. Lander, we would do some planning. Laramie 1, we're doing a planning study. And then Rock Springs got funded. So the way the methodology works is anything in the high we present to the commission and up to you guys. So anything lower than that, then we start looking at planning studies and remedies and what to do. As you can see, 11 is Jackson, and that's what started the whole process. Is they had a capacity problem coming. We wanted to get in front of it. How do we address that need, and what do we do?
Mr.
So.
Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, and I don't know the name of the school, but I was talking to Senator Rothfuss, and at some point a school in Albany County rose up on the list, got funded for study, study goes down. Something happens and it rolls down the list. How often does that happen? How many schools have we funded the plans for the school and then nothing materializes and we change the scoring, or I don't know what happens.
Yeah.
How many of those do we have?
Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, right now, that's the only school that we have left. Since I've been director, we haven't had anything that we've gave money for design and then move forward and then change in conditions, then moved it back off. And so that one's sitting out there. It's been funded. The design is actually done. That's Slade Elementary in Laramie. We had Cary Junior High was one of those that was out there and funded, and then didn't receive the funding, then moved forward the next year with funding, and so that one's under construction right now. So yeah, so I'm not aware of the ones that we have a design for a new building other than Slade Elementary. We
have one more too.
Pineview.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, we have one in Natrona. It's Pineview Elementary School, I believe. We funded it, designed it, and then it got shelved because of the capacity. Everything subsided.
So, Mr. Chairman, there was one in Big Piney, but they swapped some money to get it fixed, so they wouldn't have to do it.
Right.
But I was just curious if there's.
Yeah.
If you come up with more, I mean, I would be interested in how many of those there are.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the Big Piney School wasn't a new school. It was a partial remodel due to some stuff, and so then the district held off because they couldn't get done what they wanted to get done, and then they had a capacity shift in that, so they decided to move that money to a different account, and we came to the legislature to see if we could change that, and that occurred, I think, 2 years ago. So.
Representative Freeman.
A quick question. Do you know when the groundbreaking ceremony in Rock Springs is going to happen?
I don't No, I don't.
Sure.
Could you find out and follow up with Representative Freeman?
Okay.
Please?
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 39 of 75, actually gets into some of that stuff we were just talking about. It's on the condition side of facilities. If you go down midway there, you'll see Slade Elementary School. On the right, we have on the remediation schedule little notes about what's the current status. That particular building was funded 2014 for planning and design. Design's at 95%, project's on hold. It's got a condition score of 0.3842. And I'd also like to clarify one thing on this. So when I was going through the UW Lab School, I had some questions afterward. I said, hey, this Albany 1 UW Lab School is not showing up in this list, and rightfully so. So the UW Lab School is not a district-owned facility. So when the State Construction Department assesses school buildings, this is the list. This was just a scenario to say if it was a school-owned facility, Albany 1 owned it, this is where it would sit. So hopefully that clarified some stuff for people.
You know, Mr. Chairman, in the future, if the committee likes, we could make sure that UW Lab School is in that list of schools for the district, because they do house their students in there, so it's not lost in there. You know, our intent is to do another review when we come out to do our FCI inventory here this next year of all the schools anyway, so.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a quick follow-up, we had a little discussion during the break kind of about these top ranked condition scores. Most of them are either being remedied in this budget, as we discussed, or are a Laramie 1 school, and we're looking at kind of a bigger picture remedies. Is that right? Which ones, I guess I'll ask that, which ones of these top scores, top schools here listed are not remedied, going down to say, I mean, Cary, you see Cary below, which we already took out.
Mr.
So of those above Cary.
Above Cary, find Cary. So
Cary's right here.
Right below Slade.
okay, so above Cary, not remedied. Slade, Buffalo Ridge, Deming, Hebert, Lebhart.
I'm going to interrupt your focus, Brandon. Those are part of the Laramie County
Yeah,
global picture.
yeah, they're all Laramies, except for Wheatland Junior High.
Okay, so Wheatland Junior High is the only one, Mr. Chairman, up there that isn't a Laramie project, and then we're trying to figure out what to do with Laramie,
Yeah.
basically. Okay. So when we're looking at that in context, we were discussing a while ago Slade, or excuse me, not Slade, but the UW Lab School, and it looked like it was 18th. I mean, it's more accurate that you've got Wheatland, you've got Laramie, and Mass, and then you've really got the lab school score,
Yeah.
basically. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All together.
So, Mr. Chairman, page 39 of 75, all the way to 43 of 75 is educational facilities. We do a condition score, prioritize them, rank them. Page 44.
Just a second, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Beaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just take one, for instance, like Sweetwater 1, Sage Elementary, .0389. How hard, what does it take for that to all of a sudden, and you all know on this because you've been on this committee a long time, I don't, all of a sudden to get to .3247? I mean, is they jumping all over the place, or this, but you could take this 5 years from now, if we don't, I think it'll be pretty similar? Is it consistent? I mean, is it really easy to leapfrog 10 schools, 20 schools, 30 schools? Is there any kind of manipulation, I mean, that you could do to, I could spend 10 grand and move one of these up 100 spots, and then all of a sudden I'm in the running? How does that all?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as you can see from the scores, you have a 2016 FCI score and a 2012. Okay, so you can see typically, if you come down this list, those schools are going up on that FCI score. The number, they're getting worse. And that is because, frankly, we've been underfunding the major maintenance dollars for schools for decades. And so we are, within this budget, asking for money. Every 4 years, by statute, we're required to go out and assess all the educational buildings in the state. So in this budget, we're going to come out, and so you'll see a 2020 FCI score will be the next set of scores. My anticipation is, just because of the studies that we've done over the last couple of years, we're not at that 2.25 that's hitting the building that we talked about this morning, that you're going to see these scores typically go up. Now, that can vary, because you can have it. You might have an item such as a roof that scored low and a district came in and replaced that roof, or they replaced that boiler. So there have been cases in the past where you'd have a score that might be this 0.448 that's up here at Sagebrush Elementary in Sheridan 2, and they go in and do some major maintenance on that, and it can drop down. But I think overall, when you look at the 450 buildings, my expectation would be that we're probably going to see a 0.1 added to most of these scores. So these 0.48s are probably going to go to 0.5 somethings, and you know, just take your number and start adding that, you know, down through this list. You'll see those score go up, which means the condition's going down.
Mr. Chairman?
Sarah Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, following up on that, Dell, you look at Slade on the list, and Slade is one of the little unicorns that the 2012 was the .4161, which was the reason why there was justification for the redesign. And then during that redesign, as the plans were being drawn, we did the 2016 FCI, and we dropped 300ths, which put us further down the list, and that's the reason why we basically iced that project temporarily. What did we do? I think this gets at what Senator Bebot was asking. What did we do wrong?
Well, I guess I would say they did something.
What should we not have fixed?
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly right. I mean, if a district wanted to game the system and not fix any of their buildings, the scores are going to get worse. But that's typically not, as was testified earlier. The districts have, you know, in the best interest of the children and maintaining their building to work on buildings. So that's why I say you are going to see situations where they go in and make a major repair and it drops back down on that list. I think Laramie 2 testified to that today. They went in on an older building that they considered wasn't suitable, made some changes, it dropped it back down off the list. So then they came to the select committee and said, hey, yeah, the condition's good, but overall, from an educational suitability standpoint, we think we should get a new school. And quite frankly, the legislature funded that school. At our last meeting, I testified, and it came up with our commissioners today, and I'm sure they'd agree, when we've gone through 10 sleep, its score, if you look at 10 sleep, it's down in a 0.1 something. In my opinion, from an educational suitability, from walking through that school and looking what they have, it's the worst in the state. It is the worst in the state. I haven't toured every school. It is the worst in the state, but from a condition standpoint, they taken care of the building, the structure, the roof, the foundation. It's a 0.1 something.
But, Mr. Chairman, one more follow-up on that. But, I mean, really, this is a concern that we've had for years about shuffling the deck, where in Laramie County, not to pick on them, but it just so happens they're loaded at the top, they have a lot of schools. Their condition scores from 12 to 16 increased, in some cases, by 0.14. I don't know what happened to increase the condition score by 0.14 over a 4-year period of time, but we assume bad things have to have happened. At the same time, you have a school like Slade, which then drops 11 places, 15 places, and gets shelved because we did our major maintenance. So, you know, what should we be doing? And I realize that's the outlier right now, but over the history of this approach and having the list, shuffling the deck has been a problem. So we have $2 million invested into Slade in planning, not quite, 1.5 or something like that is what we spent. How long are those plans going to be good for? Are we going to end up wasting that money, or should we be doing things differently? We sort of had the impression years ago that once you started in the queue, you'd go through. Now we're at a point where I understand we're going to redo our FCI scores, right?
That's correct.
So we're planning all of these projects. When do we expect to see those FCI scores?
About a year from now, Mr. Chairman, and we'll talk about that when we get back to the budget on that.
How many projects do we have that are going into planning right now in this budget?
I think there's, well, from a condition standpoint, I'm not sure we have any.
Okay.
From a capacity standpoint, we've got about 3 or 4 that we mentioned earlier.
Okay. So at least we won't
Yeah.
theoretically be shuffling anything out of the deck since we're not currently
Right.
any planning for.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, when I first came on, I came into the director's position in like October 22nd, and so the first week I got to have a meeting with the select committee, not even knowing how to spell select committee, and the next week I got to have a meeting with the commission, same thing. And there was a discussion because of this Slade aspect of should we hold off on doing a project once it's been approved, moving through the process. And I think really that's a policy decision for the commission and the governor and for this body. We spend a couple $1 million on the plans, we're moving along to do it. Do we want to waste that money or do we want to move forward? If you look purely at the numbers, we're saying that, yeah, it can wait for a while. But again, I think Slade is one of those, and we've walked it a number of times with the district that does have some suitability issues also within that school, which doesn't show up necessarily in this score. And so I think that in the future, once we start a job and we've expended a couple $1 million, we ought to move forward with that project. I really do. And the reason is just like Laramie 1, when we dropped that off, carry off for a year, then we had to get it started back up, put that team on, get going. And I've run into the same thing as chief engineer with YDOT. We had a couple of projects that we just didn't have the money. We shelved them for a few years. And what happens is the plans are perfectly fine, but you have to hire an architect to come back and almost start over because the unit number for the boiler you were going to buy from brand XY was 10704. Well, now the company changed and it's that same boiler is 10706. And you don't want 04 because it only puts out 10 BTUs a year. And so you got to go back and basically take those plans and start from the front end and go through. Is it the same as a whole plan? No, but it's expensive. I mean, I was surprised at the YDOT ones. In some cases, we spent close to $1 million just to go back through a set of plans that were sitting there ready to go. And so, again, I think, if we had to do this all over moving forward, I think we probably should have just moved Slade forward to move it and not waste those dollars. Because, again, if I don't know what the dollars were we've spent, but if it's 1.5, basically we're probably got $750,000 of that we've just wasted just to go back and review where we're at and start forward. And if we'd have just kept that process going, we'd have had that school that very well, Slade, again, my expectations, you'll see probably overall these scores go up by a 0.1. It's going to be a 0.48. And one of the things that where we look at a hard number is that 0.65, but we actually start the process before that. That 0.65 that was mentioned by Mr. Small today in his presentation. Where we're looking at is we need to start this planning process on a condition at a 0.5, 0.55, somewhere in that realm, so that we're ready to go when it hits that 0.65. And what is that remedy? Is it a remodel or is it brand new? We're doing the same thing because it's always amused me on capacity. So we wait until the process was before. We wait until we hit 100%. And then we look at capacity. Well, they already got a problem. They don't have enough chairs in the room. So we made a decision last year that we'll start these studies at a point when they hit this medium capacity at this point, 95 to 100%, or maybe even a little bit lower, depending on where they're on the threshold and where we're seeing that that curve coming, Jackson, Afton. I mean, they have, every year, they've had pretty substantial growth. So if we're seeing that in an area, let's get out ahead of it instead of going, oh my God, we got a capacity problem. Now it takes us 2 years or 3 years to react to it budget-wise. Let's get a plan out there ahead to see where we want to move. And I think that's the right thing to do. We need to be a little more proactive, and I think the departments and the commission has made that decision to take a look at those. We're not spending any money on design or anything, but we're figuring out what the lay of the land is for these moving forward in the future.
Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McOmie, what keeps you from bringing 10th Sleep to us? Is it simply the only thing you're looking at is condition and capacity? Because what you have basically informed us today is that school is the number one in your mind that needs to be replaced. So I'm just curious, have you ever thought about, I'm going to bring it anyway, if it needs to be replaced, the select committee needs to know that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that's actually a discussion that we've had with the commission to try and figure out what we want to do that. How do we want to tackle that and put together the justification for this committee and for the legislature to be able to do that. And again, we just toured it again this fall, back when they did this in 2015-16 timeframe for these FCI scores. I had been up through that school a couple of months before that. They did the review and the number came in, and I was going down through these and I looked at 10 Sleep and I thought, that can't be right. So I actually had the staff hire FEA and send them back up to reassess it because I just couldn't believe that that score was where it was at. And the score came back basically the same. There really wasn't any change. And what they said is the suitability issue. Again, you have portions of that school that are literally 90 plus years old, and it kind of goes downhill from there. Well, the district, God bless them, you know, have done workarounds on it. And so some of the workarounds, there's much of that building that there is no ADA capability to get. So they just, well, you know, we'll just pick people up in wheelchairs and carry them up and down the stairs. That's what they've been doing. Should we be doing that? I mean, you know, when we're talking about equity amongst schools, I don't think so.
So, Mr. Chairman, Director McOmie, so I guess my question would be, what does this select committee need to do in a case like 10 Sleep to help the commission or yourself to have the comfort that you could bring something to us on that? Because that we really rely on you guys to help us know what's going on out there. And 10 Sleep, ever since I've been on the committee, and I bet Senator Roth has vouched for this too, it's been on the radar screen for the last 10 years. And we just have never seen it rise. But
Yep.
We've always known that 10 Sleep needs to be replaced.
Yeah, well, the pesky district keeps doing the right thing, as Senator Roth has said, and they're putting dollars into their building where they need to do it, and they've got a good plan. They've got people that care about their building, and they do whatever they need to do. And in some cases, they're taking money out of their other funds for the district to work on their building. And so that's why it's where it is. And you know, I think this is the evolution of the department in stepping up and saying, do we keep doing the same old thing the same old way we've done it, or do we need to bring that, just like we've come to this last year with suitability, and say, we see this as an issue, bring it to the committee and say, you know, this is a policy decision for the state. How should we handle some of these one-offs? Because again, when you have 450 plus school buildings out there, and you have a system that's defined in statute, and in some cases pretty rigorously, here's how you handle that in statute, you're not going to catch all those cases. It just isn't going to happen. We all know that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just a final comment. Thanks for your thoughts on that, Director. I just wanted to show personal support to an effort on that behalf. But you know, we spent all morning on the idea of suitability and endorsed the concept of 25% of whatever going forward to whatever. I would think that might be underlined enough to give the commission and the department some freedom to consider. We might want to bring a suitability school to the commission and the select committee for their consideration. Because thanks to a great district that's doing amazing things with the building, it's never going to rise. It's just not going to get there. but we all know that it probably needs to be replaced. And we can vote it up or vote it down, but does that make sense? I
It
mean,
does.
It just feels like to me, maybe the conversation today allows us to consider something like that.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly on that note, that bill that's being drafted now, whether, and I wondered about it at the time, it does do, each sector, condition, capacity, and suitability are all going to get a rating, as I read that bill, and then there's a coagulation of that that's required by the school facilities department that rates critical. Now, I think there was some disagreement over what critical meant, that we may need to clean up some of that, but I think eventually that's going to get to that. The last thing I'll say on this issue is this is not just a problem here, but it's the same thing in the Water Development Commission, and it's us, not these departments. There was a dam that came forward that had followed all the process, and we put the giant woe on that dam because we didn't like the dam, and it had spent millions and millions of dollars to get to that point in the deal. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but we cut off our nose sometimes to spite our face. I will say that for us.
Please proceed, Brandon.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, page 44 of 75 is the support facilities. These are bus barn storage facilities. We also score those buildings as well, all support facilities to help the districts. We haven't requested any projects on support since the downturn in the economy. Districts are just maintaining. Page 47 to 75 is the commission's procedure on the component process. So this is an actual summary sheet of how it works. They go through and identify their major system that they would like to address. Any additional affected systems that must qualify for major maintenance, because this is essentially funds to supplement it to help them out. Down at the bottom, the SCD scores a couple elements, the scope estimates, the main system score, because we have all this data, major maintenance payment as a percentage of the request to see what the sort of debt to equity ratio is, can they afford it. Previous component ranking is they submitted once and didn't get it, they get credit again. Building FCI, so we get a score for that, and then the committee goes through and does health and safety, is it very important, additional affected systems, urgency, major maintenance funding prioritization, gets an overall score. That is done on page 48 by a committee that is composed of a superintendent, business manager, and facility director of the 4 quadrants of the state. They go through and then prioritize. On page 49 is the list that came out in the 2019. Total request out of the component process is $39 million. The commission drew a line on prior ranking number 7 at $14.7 million. You can see a lot of these in here have to do with HVAC, water system, fire lines, sewer, roofs. They're big components with big dollar amounts behind them. Tab 6 is...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why are we spending money on domestic water systems? Why are we spending money on a sewer line? Plat 1.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, these are probably eroded away. One of the examples we just saw, we went to a commission meeting and the pipe had the wall thickness was gone.
I get that, Mr. Chairman, but the private sector for the roads I pay for. I mean, you got water development money, the city can borrow money to do these kind of things. Do we just?
Yeah.
Why are we doing? Is this something consistent we've done in the past?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, these aren't off of their site. These are on the building site.
On the building
Yes,
site.
yes.
They're not off
Yeah,
site.
this wouldn't be fixing the city's water line coming in. This is building either things that come off of the city system into the building or in the building itself. Which was the school we just walked? Worland.
Yeah.
They're actually going down and cutting their floors all the way out and replacing all the lines in that building.
Thank you.
Yeah. Since this book, Mr. Chairman, goes to a wide variety of people, we have on page 50 and 51 essentially the appropriation sequence. A lot of times a project will hit the commission. People say, hey, I got the money. Well, not really. There's a whole process. Right now we're on step number 6 of the process in its entirety, where we review our annual report with the select committee and the governor and joint appropriations. So we're heading through the process. The next one is just a flow chart, and we reference statutes to help readers out. There's districts that are following the money and they want to know where it's at in the process. Page 52 of 75 is a budget worksheet to give an example of how a budget is developed. Obviously, we work with consultants, engineers. Behind this is a lot of historical data or cost estimates that support this. And then we come up with the numbers for land, planning, design, construction. Currently, we look at our cost per square foot on page 53. Right now, just construction costs, we're right around $296 a square foot. The little dots are the bids that were coming in. The reds are the actual average for that year. As you can see, through 2009 through 2012, the market was tight, less deviations, and they were pretty packed.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. Brandon, how does that compare with our neighboring states?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, they're higher. Overall, we've done some studies. We've had to go look and try to identify why are they higher and stuff. One of them is logistics and remote costs. So in our cost estimating through some of those exercises, we actually have a size adjustment. You get a big $50 million job, economies of scale kick in. Buying power, when it gets smaller and more remote, some of the school districts, I call them ranch schools, or more they're smaller in remote areas, the costs will go up. So,
But Mr. Chairman, again, our neighboring states are higher than we are, is what you're saying.
I think we're higher.
Okay,
Yep, we're higher. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Vigal.
Mr. Chairman, just down the road, all you have to do is look at 12/27/14, where we just tripped on ourselves and we just couldn't spend the money fast enough. We spent $500 million that year. And there were people that wanted to slow it down and could not get it done. That's just a lesson that shows you, the rush to spend the money and what it cost us and where it would have been if you could have evened it out. Just, if we ever have a boom again, which we probably won't, never say never, we can remember that. That wasn't a question, I guess, was it, Mr. Chairman?
Just followed up with, do you agree?
We agree. Looking back, because I was here.
Mr. Chairman, I think we estimated that was about an 11% inflation due to just the fact we let so much work in a short period of time. So when you look at that many dollars, we figured we probably could have built about 3 more elementary schools had we just spread that out over time.
Yeah.
Not to make you feel any better, but that's the way it was.
Okay, tab 7, Mr. Chairman, is rolling through the budget. So total request here, and I'll get through each of these specific line items, but we're at 233. As the director spoke, we have $4.4 million in major maintenance. That would bump it up to $238,318,753.
Slow down and say that again, please.
$238,318,753, and that's with the increase of the $4.4 million on major maintenance.
Major maintenance, Brandon goes from 148.6 to
153. Mm-hmm. And that's due to the economics division adjustment. Mr. Chairman, page 56 through 58, I won't go through each individual cost code, but essentially this is our operations. We came in like $148,000 less. So as the state construction department was created, ever since it was created, we've consistently been going lower and creating efficiencies with the department as a whole. So it's been working. If you want to go through any specific items, we definitely can get down there.
Is that
Senator
correct?
Bebout.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the AWACS, those two, what are they?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, we currently have one AWAC position left, and it's been in our department for quite some time.
Yeah, Mr.
And
Chairman,
it
that
is-
was the AWAC position that we moved over, and we were using that at the state penitentiary, and now we're using that position at the Casper office building for the boots on the ground, the project manager for that project. Mr. Chairman, if I could indulge on that, we do have a note in our budget that the joint appropriations and the governor will see. And one of the things that we're looking at proposing, we don't have it in the budget per se, but it's a note for consideration. And that is, I'd like to add another 4 AWAC positions to the department without funding. And the reason I'd like to do that is that for boots on the ground and or help on our financial side, should we get more projects in the future, that we have those positions that we can kind of move forward with, rather than going out and trying to secure project managers through the consultant side. And I've got some figures here that I'd like to share with you on that. So at the Casper office building, there was $500,000 appropriated to hire a project manager. Within that, when we went out to bid that out, we had 4, not bid it out, but do solicitations, RFP. The low was $655,000. The next was $827,000, the next was $1.5 million, and the next was $1.999 million for that project manager. The difference in how we're handling that with this AWAC position, on that we would save $432,000 on the 900, or on that low RFP we had of $655,000, and if you go up to the high one, we'd save 1.7, almost $1.8 million by having an AWAC position available. And the reason that I'm saying no funding with that is we would come through the budget process that we do on buildings and come to the joint appropriations in the governor's office and say, I need X amount of dollars for this specific time-limited project. But to have the positions available within the department, again, unfunded, and then we can come and ask for that money for those projects. So I think you can look at the significance in the savings by having those folks available. And interestingly enough, on the Evanston hospital building, that gentleman that's hired by MOCA right now was a recommendation from us to them because they couldn't find anybody. So we're paying, I can guarantee you, we're paying a much higher salary for that position than if we had him on here with an AWAC. Same thing in the Lander Life Resource. Because it's going through that consultant with the multipliers and everything else involved, we're paying a much higher cost than having them internal to the department. So again, I don't have a budget request per se, but it is something that I've talked to the governor's office. They're very supportive of that. And so you'll see that, and it's just a budgeted narrative when that comes before the Joint Appropriations Committee. And we could use that over on this side if we need to. For example, this AWAC position you see here right now is truly under the school facility side, but we're actually, the biennium before, the legislature allowed me to form an operations division rather than just the 2. So we have all of our project managers and a lot of our financial people, those sort of things are under the operations division rather than the school facilities or the construction management. Those people are pretty well dedicated. They can work on over here, they can work over there. And so while this position is here as an AWAC, it's actually that person is dedicated to the construction side of the house for the new Casper office building.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Larson.
in lieu of an owner's rep.
Yes, in lieu of an owner's rep. Yep.
Brandon, back it up to page 55, just so the committee has better clarification on operations as well as indirect engineering and technical. The operation is $6.3 million. That's school facility side of the total state construction operations budget. Is that?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And to break it down on the executive summary, when I wrote that, I even broke it down by the school facilities division is $2,022,692. the operations, as the director just spoke about, that's where the bulk of the people are. They're either in finance, planning, or construction. And they're at, the total there is going to be $4,356,805. The total of that's just in our, it's all in the operations.
Yeah.
And when you guys see it in IBARs and JC, you'll see all the breakout.
Yep.
Yep.
Thanks for the rest of the
Yep. Mr. Chairman, page 59 to 75 is our engineering and technical. We have some contracts for HR. Condition assessments are coming up. We talked quite a bit earlier, or up until noon, about educational suitability. This is one of the budgets that would fund the consultant to identify the definition and process procedures, and then some other consulting services that we need. Major maintenance, you see there, it's at 148.6 on page 60. Got a little increase that we already spoke about. Page 61 to 75, these are the charter school leases required by statute. This amount, Matt helped out a lot on this. This amount here is just what it does not include the routine maintenance and the major maintenance. So we've already tried to adjust that and work through that. And his help was great there, and the districts as well. So we've got 3 leases. There's the amounts for those. Land leases, director already spoke about that one. That's the Prairie Wind and Laramie 1 for $94,300. Hopefully to get that completed in full.
Brandon?
Yes, sir.
Or Director McOmie, either of you visited with state lands, are they okay with us paying, the state paying in advance on that lease, or do they want it to continue to be an annual payment, or?
Mr. Chairman, I have not spoke with them. We can certainly do that and make sure that's okay with them, but.
Who are you not
Yeah.
speaking to?
Oh,
State lands.
Department, to see if it's okay to.
See if they want a big check instead of a small check. Yeah. I would, from time value of money, I'd take the big check up front. When 50 years from now, when we're paying them $2,300 versus $2,300 a day, the process fee will be that much to run it through the system.
Just curious if that
Yeah.
would be something.
Yeah, we could do that,
required, 'cause
certainly.
I don't know what else says. I don't know, I'm with you, I don't know why they wouldn't take the money.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a question. Mr. Chairman, thank you. So is that a guaranteed lease for all time? Was that written into the original?
I think it's the district may be here, but I think it's a 50-year lease.
I wrote it down.
So, Mr. Chairman, that would just pay up the length of the lease?
Mm-hmm. Remaining, yeah.
Yeah, it's 50-year.
There's been 5 or 6 years already used on it.
Mhm.
Right.
Yep.
That's correct.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, page 63 is another contractual obligation. This is the modular leases. We're down to 5. We had about 11 at one time just in Laramie 1 and a few others around the state. Right now we've got 5 on the books that are being leased. Roughly there's about 114 in the state. Most of them are owned by the districts. These 5 are due to capacity. You can see they're at about 103% capacity, and the total is $110,240 for a biennium.
Chairman, Mr. Finney, is Saddle Ridge, isn't that one of the newer schools out north, isn't that?
It is, yes.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, it is, and the district's been working hard. They did a reboundering, and I believe they got rid of one, but there's a lot of growth on that side of town though. Because the base is on this side, so they can't build, so everything's heading that way. So.
Brandon, the difference in price, is that based on size of the modular? Some of them are twice.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, some are dry, some are wet, size, all that stuff.
Gotcha.
So.
Lieutenant Freeman.
Do you know how many students are in these?
Mr. Chairman, as far as the quantity of in each building, how many students?
Total.
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think we track that, but
Yeah.
I don't know if Troy has an answer for us from planning.
If it's primary, it's 16 students per classroom, 2 classrooms.
So 32
32
times
per
5.
building.
So north of 150 kids out in modulars. but then they also own modulars too, so.
Yeah, they own some of their
Yeah, these
own.
are just the contractual obligations. I mean, we try to, get rid of them. Emergency funding, we have a request in here for $872,000. We spoke about some of the emergency needs that come up. This allows the commission to address those if something were to go south on a school district. They'd have to come forth and ask the commission for access to these funds.
Mr. Chairman, we try to hold about $5 million in that emergency fund, so that's just bringing us back up to that $5 million for the biennium.
Yeah. Then we get into capacity on page 65. The first two schools are Afton and Osmond in Lincoln 2. They're at 110%. They've been there for several years now. There's quite a bit of growth in that area. The remedy would be some additions onto the existing schools to take up make capacity available. The one I've spoke about several times today is then the Laramie 1. That's a new elementary school. Capacity size about 550 students.
Mr. Chairman,
Consider it being
what is the cost roughly off the top of your head of the three that were in the design? So we'll be having, get back to, we spend all the money in design, then we go build them. How much are we talking for those three schools? Is it 60 million? Is it 100 million roughly? How many, do you have any idea?
For these capacity schools?
Yeah, there's three designs that we're doing.
Yeah, that is the design cost. So, and then down below you have the construction for those individual buildings. So design and construction totals $34 million.
And Mr. Chairman, that's the all-in for those projects?
That's the all-in. Yep.
Yep.
That'll have seats and furniture in the buildings.
Mr. Chairman, that Afton project is just actually just an addition on that building, right?
Yeah, it's a number. The Afton School itself has these wings that come out, so we're adding 2 classrooms onto each of those wings on the end, just squaring those up. And then the Osmond building, I think it's the west end of the building, we're going in and adding a couple, 3 or 4 school classrooms on that as it kind of comes around in an L shape.
So Brandon, just doing rough math, the Afton would be 4.3 roughly in design and construction, is that correct?
Mhm.
Or does
That's
the
correct.
design value come out of the construction budget?
No,
Mr.
that's
Chairman,
separate.
no, that's correct. Under the project narrative, we break design out versus construction.
That's what I thought. So
And
just clarify.
yeah, and that's usually how the bill's drafted. It has a design section in I-bars, it's sectioned like that as well. Also, maybe the committee didn't want to fund construction, so then they say, well, let's get started with some seed money on design. So it's always been separated out like that.
So the Laramie County Elementary would be 26, 27 million, something like that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on,
Design it.
coming from my first year or so just on the school side and then come over to the CM side, there's a difference in how those are put into the system. And so we didn't refer to level 1, level 2, level 3 on the school side. So we actually had a planning department on the school side that there's a separate budget amount that you'll see in here for future planning. So when we're doing the planning and we're looking at land and things like that, or a most cost-effective remedy study, that comes out of those planning funds. Then we come to once we determine there's a need and maybe what that need is, do we need a new school or do we need just additions? Then we come over and we put money in design and at the same time ask for the construction money. But it, again, as Brandon mentions, it's in 2 different categories. A little bit different than you may be used to if you've seen the construction management side of the house. And that's really why, since we had a planning division and we had some of those aspects, and the facility planning was not done on the CM side like we do on schools, part of the reason my thought for forming that operations division is putting that together. So now the planning department has these annual meetings with all the school districts. They also have annual meetings with the community college, with the state portion. So we're using that same model that's been taken a couple of decades to get to where we're at, rather than reinventing the wheel. We're using those same people and that same model for the state side that we now are on that we have been on the school side. Same with moving everything into the AIM system. So now all this data that previously on the CM side was paper, is now we can start running programs and tracking and all those things, so we can have some real-time information like was requested today, that frankly it take a year's worth of work over on the state side, because it's all in paper and microfilm. We'd be digging it up. We're on the school side. Brandon called up our office and said, how much is that? And we had a number for you a little bit later. So that's ultimately where we want to get to be.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you were to add up the schematic design, the design development, the construction documents, how much a square foot are we paying for that? Like any one of these projects for the design, design and architect and all that. Is it $4 a square foot, 6, 8?
Mr. Chairman, that's something we'd have to go back and calculate. We don't have that with us. On the new school, I think we could pretty well run those numbers just based off our sheet, that that sample sheet that was shown before on how we calculate that. We have those numbers. When we're doing the addition out there, we'd have to go and look at those dollars.
I'm just curious, Mr. Chairman, if you could just provide that cost per square foot for those services, just
okay.
I do a little bit of that, and I'm just curious what we're paying.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, as a follow-up, so you're looking at all soft costs out of the design?
Yeah, I'm calling it schematic, design development, and construction documents. Yeah,
Yep.
they'll design it,
Yep.
they'll do all of the schematic, and then all the documents for your
Okay.
bidding and everything.
Yep.
Okay.
And we'll give you that in comparison to the standard school, a brand new school. So we'll give you that for these three. That
Yeah, I'm
what you're
just
looking for.
curious,
Yeah.
the cost per square foot.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, you don't need, that's something we can get later.
Okay.
I don't need that, maybe when we see you later on, you're fine.
Okay.
Okay.
It is what it is, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, page 66 is the condition projects. As the superintendent spoke about earlier, this is the project here that had the seismic rating, and not only would it address a seismic issue, but also reduce the square footage, so it helped them out in actually extending their major maintenance funds. But most importantly, take care of the safety part. That's an ask of $4,089,794.
Brandon, and what are they doing there exactly?
They have an elementary school. They moved the kids out due to the seismic issue. What they would come in is go demolish the existing facility and then build about a 4,000 square foot facility for the alternative school students.
That's where the superintendent mentioned they're going to downsize their square footage, which is a good thing. That's less either we're funding in major maintenance or them not being able to keep up because of their square footage that they have with the major maintenance. So, and you'll kind of see that with the discussion we have on Riverton, which is one of these different modes when we're getting the proposal is to either sell off or demo the TAC building. It's I don't know what the square footage is. Staff probably has it, but it's a great big high school that right now they're getting only partial major maintenance on because they've got 30, 40 students in it, and your major maintenance dollars in that formula are based upon the ADM has an effect on that. So you're not getting funded for all those hundreds of thousands of square feet. So that's dragging down. They've got $7 or $8 million worth of needs just to keep that thing up and running, what we talked about earlier. And so that's distracting from their other schools to do that. So where are you going to put your money? The district is proposing that they get rid of the TAC building, which, as you can imagine, is a pretty emotional thing for Riverton, and in that high school being there forever. And then that downsizes their square footage, take those students, add some square footage to some of their other buildings, but be a major philosophy change, I think, and something as a model as we move forward in the rest of the state. So,
Please proceed.
Page 67, Mr. Chairman, is the district component request. The amount here is the $14.7 million. I will make a note that in the commission motion, it wanted to copy the session law from the 2015, and what that did was it allowed, we had to get approval from the commission and the governor. but it allowed us to go further down the list if there were any savings. So for example, the first one comes in, we have 1.3 million budgeted, but maybe it comes in at 800,000. We had to go get approval to keep going down the list, but we were able to address quite a few components and help districts out with that methodology, and it's recommended to try it again.
And those projects were on that larger list that we talked about earlier that was 34 million. What we do is just work our way down that list with any cost savings that come from any of these other projects. The way it's currently set up is if their estimate is say that came in at 1.5, there's only 1.3 available for them, and the district has to come up with the rest of the money. But as Brandon said, if it came in at say 800,000, then it'd be $500,000 that we could apply to other projects. So.
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, this component list, it bears reminding ourselves that that was initially set up more as an emergency sort of a system than it is just additional bulbs that you can hang on the tree. And I think that's a good way for us to take this forward to colleagues in the legislature, is to remind them that normally these are projects that districts can't get their arms around otherwise. Is that not correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, and I think when we had that discussion a couple of sessions ago, the one that really kind of stood out was Carbon 2 at Saratoga, and they had I think it's a 30-some-year-old high school. Their ductwork, so all their runs and their ductwork were made out of some kind of a fiberboard, which is all deteriorating down to nothing. And so the estimate to be able to go in and repair that was well over $3 million to keep their heating system up and going. And if you took if the district saved all of its major maintenance money for 10 years, spent it on no building, they still didn't have enough to fix that. And so these are those type of projects that we look at with the committee to say, do they truly have the funding to do that? And that's why you see a number of these are a larger dollar amount to be able to get that done.
Mr. Chairman, page 68, this is the planning funds, 948,000, hopefully get through the biennium. The process has been, we have to identify a need, whether it be capacity or condition. The department takes it to the commission for commission approval. They vet the need, and then they allow us to move forward with that planning study. So that would be the money to do those types of most cost-effective remedies. The next one is security. The intent here was to get quit earmarking the 10%, but make it its own appropriations. We got some really good traction going on. We have the last appropriations. The commission has made a procedure and allow them to open it up to all the elements. We've got the system in our accounting to get rolling with it. It's working good. The request there is $10 million.
And Mr. Chairman, my thinking on that $10 million is the original request years ago was $9 million. That had been spent down about 50%, and so last year we requested $4.95 million to bring that back up to that $9 million. So now the districts are spending that along with the opportunity to use their 10% if they want to do that. And so because we do come before this body and before the legislature every session, not as a supplemental, but we're required to submit these on a yearly basis, that if the districts are very aggressive in spending last year's and this year's down, we'd have the opportunity to come back next year if we need to and ask for more money to move forward on those security projects. The original items that were identified and how that occurred is there was actually an assessment building by building in the state to look at what needed to be done in those buildings, is in the $80+ million range. If you take these dollars with what's been appropriated in the past, we're at about 25. So there is a larger need out there in the future to move forward, and so this is just another incremental step in moving that forward in those buildings. So,
Representative Summers.
So as this pot of money is being created, have you seen less use of the 10% major maintenance money on school security? In other words, are they going to this and not going to the major maintenance money?
Mr. Chairman, I really can't say I can't answer that, and the reason is that the 4.95 became available July 1st. So it was a last year budget request. So we haven't had time to see if they're utilizing that or not, or a combination of, or how that's going to assess where that's at. So.
And Mr. Chairman, just to follow up. Mr. Chairman, thank you. So on the security money, if you know, just as I remember, like you said, that there's these parameters that it can be used for. In other words, these types of projects.
Right. Yep.
And any type of project is available. Is there a prioritization then? Like if you guys get, if there's $5 million set aside, you get $6 million, then you'll prioritize. How does that work?
Mr. Chairman, there was a priority list as they worked down through, and the commission in that first $9 million said do items, I think it was 1 through 8, and then like 11 and 12. And the reason they said 11 and 12 and they didn't go 9, 10 was that fit the dollars that were allocated from the legislature. And so the way the bill was structured is that they should concentrate on those higher priorities as they work down through, and then if they want to deviate from that, give the department a letter stating the reason for that deviation. And we've got some of those. I mean, they've come in and said, well, we want to put our money here and we're using other funds or even district funds in some cases to try and move some of these bigger projects forward. So.
Mr. Chairman, page 70 of 75 is the demolition projects. We have essentially two. The first one is a 1983 modular in Laramie 1 that they'd like to dispose of. They got the kids back into the building after that reboundaries. The second one is in Sweetwater 1. It's Lincoln Elementary School. The district's vacated the building 2 years ago. Has some issues with the foundation, roof, and the boiler system. $1.4 million in demolition. The next one is on page 71. It's the land.
Mr. Chairman. Modular demolition. How many of them?
Just one.
76,000? Would you guys back a truck up and haul it off?
I'll do it for half that.
Yeah, I would too.
Perhaps.
Even just the two of us will do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll buy lunch.
We can do it before lunch.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah. So.
We can move a drilling rig for a long ways for $76,000.
So I know there's some.
I mean, that just seems, a little modular like a 10 by 40 or 30 by, or might be 15 by 50 or something.
Yeah. So I know when
usually double wides.
Yeah.
But
well, there's some, Mr. Chairman, there's some asbestos in there, and then they also have site reclamation, so they have to bring it out and redo the site and put it back
got
together.
shovels. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I'm not appropriately acknowledging the chair there. I apologize for that. Well,
I started
that's just.
It may be out to bid this spring or next year, so.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we'll let Senator Office and BPAL know, and they can maybe bid on this. So.
Only if we're in state, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, page 71 is land acquisition. So this is a fund that's utilized by school districts for purchases of real estate that's adjacent to an existing property. Often they are undersized per the design guidelines. Maybe somebody passes or a piece of property comes available, they can acquire it to right size their property. It's been very handy.
Mr. Chairman, what's the balance? Is this would this be the balance or?
Well, we got a potential liability on it that's around $650. We have $750 now, and it would pull it down to $50,000 roughly. So it's in the process.
Mr. Chairman, the balance as of yesterday was $2,120,190. $2,120,190.
Thank you.
That's probably a different. Is that the land opportunity from the commission, or is that a bucket from a different appropriation?
Mr. Chairman, that includes balances from the 2013-14 biennial appropriation, 2015-16 appropriation to 2019-20 appropriation.
But Brandon, you're saying you have
Yeah, there's specific accounts, so in our,
Yeah, if it's against that, that gets that down to 50,000, that 2 million down.
yeah, so there's some type of, so what we used to do, well, let me back up. So if there's a need, we know, let's say, for the sake of argument, Laramie 1, we know we're gonna build a new school, we'd come in and ask for land specific for that. And that's where we had, in the past, we used to have bigger appropriations. It would say we need land at Campbell, Laramie, and Natrona. And that was the process. But for the adjacent, this is where you pick up a couple lots that are next to the school district.
Yeah, somewhere during the biennium, and we've had this happen at Basin and some of the other schools. Tensleep was another one. You know, they wanted to purchase some land, and the landowner in the past has said no, and then the landowner changes their mind, and they have the ability, the house goes up for sale or land goes up for sale, then they can come in and buy it. We don't know when that might happen. It may happen, and it may not happen at all this biennium. We may not spend any of that money this biennium, and we wouldn't ask then for the next year to be able to do that. We're just looking kind of money that we have in there over a historical aspect to try and make sure when those opportunities happen that we have funding available to do that. As Brandon mentioned, if we have larger dollars that we ask for directly for land, if we know we got a bigger purchase coming for a school or something like that. So.
Page 72, priority 15, unanticipated. We talked about that. That's an account for the SFC to account for unforeseen expenses. If something were to go south, or maybe they're digging and hit some water line and it wasn't on the plans, they needed extra money. And then the other.
And Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that's a percentage of the 34 million, and the districts, we have to go to the commission to get authorization to be able to use that funding. It isn't just something that moves forward, so.
Matt?
Mr. Chairman, can you provide that percentage?
Yeah.
What is it?
It should be 4%. Mr. Chairman, the last one is the other budget considerations. The first one is the Jackson Hole Middle School. The capacity there is at 93.54%. This is to do some reconfiguration within the facilities. I believe there's a vestibule, and allow the district to utilize their facility in a better manner to address the capacity. As the director just spoke about in Fremont 25, the TAC remedy. The money here is not to demo the facility. The district would like to work with the community to see if there's another way of disposing it. Maybe a company takes it, or they donate it to some organization or something first. This money would be used to take what's programs are in the TAC facility, move them out, reconfigure those spaces to get the kids out, and then they can dispose of that property.
Chairman, what does TAC stand for? What is that?
Tonkin Activity Center.
Oh, the Tonkin.
Yeah. And if they were not able to properly dispose of it, or dispose of it at no cost, then we would be before you later, after the district goes through that process, to probably ask for demo funds to take it to the ground. Mr. Chairman, that concludes all the budget stuff. And as Senator Bebot was talking about earlier, this tool here is the deployment schedule. So back when we had, 800 million, we had a ton of cash on the books, we developed this tool to try to spread out. If you go to page 75, to try to actually look at what the burn rate is of the cash that we had, the money getting appropriated, and try to balance that out. We move forward. So this takes a look at each of the projects, the amount coming of money in, and then it graphs when it's going to be going through its process. And then at the bottom, it graphs all the projected quarterly expenditures to try to keep the burn rate even. Yeah. A lot of data. Any questions?
Questions on the budget?
I have a question on the Teton School.
Mm-hmm.
Where would it fit, the capacity thing we're looking at 1819? And they were looks like they're 11 at 93.54. A lot of these have been taken care of and moved off or whatever. Where does it fit?
Mr. Chairman, it does not, and that's why it's not under capacity or condition. It's under other budget considerations. So we started looking at this because of the anticipation of growth within the district, and that's where it was discussed earlier this morning when the district got up and talked about the fact that they were actually looking at, do we add a wing on there for the sixth graders or whatever, or how do we adjust to make, again, the building original population in that building when it was built for the square footage has now doubled the number of students that was anticipated being in that school when it was built prior to the Campbell rulings. And so trying to move those students around, for example, in the districts here, they can weigh in on that. The number of, for example, in the cafeteria, just because of the lack of space there, the number of lunch modes that they have, they're starting lunch when you and I'd probably be thinking about have breakfast for the kids, and then it's going late into the afternoon. You just don't have enough space in there. So trying to address that area as you come in from a security standpoint and expand that into the building. They're trying to take, as they said, they have music in the hallway, if you can imagine that, trying to then have the rest of your classes, as you'd mentioned, you could hear folks in the room next door. Modify some other buildings, and they have an atrium type of situation on the outside. Fill that in to make room for those spaces. Move some lockers and things out of the way to accommodate all those students. So it's really, from the discussions we've had today, kind of they have a capacity issue, but not by our pure numbers on how we measure that today based on that building, because there's square footage, but some of that's not usable because of the configuration when it was built years ago as to how that would work today. So they're trying to address that capacity and then make it suitable, so suitability, suitable for that particular school. What that has done is delayed in the future, and through this most cost-effective remedy that we've had, looking at as they get growth, now we can adjust a pod over here, and then as they continue to grow, we can build another pod. And what their plan is in the center part of this area is utilizing that. You're not tearing down the whole school as you're going through this. You're still utilizing part of this area for future expansion.
Senator Beba.
Mr. Chairman, wouldn't this fall into, we're trying to spend a little money now instead of spending a lot of money later by trying to hide it and make it look worse? Fall in that category?
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly right.
Further questions on the budget? Okay, committee, I think, Ted, if you would draft a bill. Oh, yeah, public comment?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you're ready to go.
Chair, I'll be very quick. Matt Erickson, Lincoln 2 Superintendent. I'm just here to thank you. Great to live in the state that we do and have this process in place. We have capacity issues with two of our elementaries that have just been presented in the budget, and I just appreciate your consideration. We've consistently been number one in capacity for the last few years, and I don't think the problem's going away. So very much appreciate it. We're up 56 students again this fall. We don't know where we're going to put them. At Osmond Elementary, we're out of classrooms, and our 5th grade classes are 26 and 27 in each section. So again, thank you.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I had the privilege, and I just live over the hill, but I had the privilege of going to a broadband meeting there last week, and I hadn't been too often. I kind of get to faint sometimes. And I could not believe the amount of building that is going on, and the construction, and the for sale signs on lots of land, and the discussion around, expansion of businesses and bringing businesses in. It's a boom. I mean, it's kind of the whole Jackson, that whole corridor is booming, and so you do have a challenge.
We do. Thank you.
Your agriculture, Mr. Chairman, your agriculture in that valley is going to have a real challenge of surviving it all, which is a sad person.
Agreed. Again, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, question.
Representative Larson.
I think probably a more important question for Superintendent Erickson is his estimate of the Cokeville Panthers this fall. Where my grandchildren
Well, they took it on the chin from Mountain View last week.
I know.
But,
I mean, you know, have you got some sort of mitigation for that?
Coach Dayton's predicted that for the next 7 or 8 years, he'll have an opportunity to play for the money, so if that's any indication.
He's my daughter's father-in-law.
Yep.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here today. Further public comment?
Mike Gilmore, Commissioner. I'll make this really quick. This is for Senator Landon. Thank you, Chairman. The 10 Sleep School, I don't know if you know this, but every now and then we will change or consider changing where something falls, but we've never had a method, and people get mad at us. I mean, they're going to say there's 48 districts, and 47 of them are going to holler, why are you doing this? Well, by using it as a special suitability project, I definitely want to bring it to the rest of the commission. And I think with our chairman and director that we can maybe make something happen there. And anybody who tours that school will understand what we're talking about. You know, carrying kids in wheelchairs and stuff.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I really appreciate that, and thank you. I just think that, I just didn't want you to think that it would be ill received. I think the committee.
No, we just needed.
What we're talking about there, and another thing, just from a historical perspective, I think I've been on this committee for 10 or 12 years. We've jumped out of the priority line lots of times in the past, and we've used Pine Bluffs as a great example of doing the right thing. It just happened to fall down the list, and we came back in and funded it, and it was the right thing to do. So I think the committee's always willing to look at the right thing to do, and so thank you for that.
Yeah, and you know, we need that mechanism, and the suitability, if that's the trick we got to use, that's, you know, because that school definitely, all of us who have toured it have just thought, why is this school still here even? And one other quick one, there's 48 districts, and we only got 11 responses to the suitability survey, and that bothers me. You know, we spent a lot of time talking about suitability today, but 2 years ago in Lander, I got a text while we were in a meeting getting ready to talk about suitability with you guys, and one of the text was, all hell's going to break loose because they're going to discuss suitability today. And so, you know, it's an issue, but thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Gilmore? Further public comment? Further public comment? Thank you. Okay. Seeing no more public comment, we'll close public comment. Ted, we'd ask you to draft a bill for our review at the October meeting, and we can make additions or corrections as we see fit within the budget at that point. Matt?
Mr. Chairman, just a reminder that the bill draft or the recommendations that come from this committee are kind of twofold. You make a recommendation on the entire budget from the commission to the Joint Appropriations Committee and the governor. We traditionally draft a bill for the JAC consideration solely on the projects from the school districts. The major maintenance and the engineering, technical, and the budget for the state construction department come through the regular budget bill, section 2, agency 27. So just a little reminder for newer members, or reminder for
all of us,
for veterans of the committee, and new update to the newer members. I mean, just kind of the process that this committee undertakes.
Sure. Sounds good. Yeah, I do. Senator Landon.
Are we good on the budget? Mr. Chairman, I've got a special request. I don't think it takes a motion, but you can correct me if I'm right. I I would ask a special favor of the state construction department. If you all would do me the favor of getting in touch with District 25 Riverton and enter a discussion with them regarding what it would take to put an auditorium on that high school. A few months ago, speaking to their superintendent, just in a casual way, I came across the fact that that's probably the only 3A, 4A type school in our state that has no auditorium. And my connections with Central Wyoming College alerted me to the fact that they have to wait for the college to get out of the way so that their kids can get on a stage somewhere. And I just thought, you know what, we need to look into what it would take to rectify that. So if you would be willing to bring it back to the October meeting, whatever you can find out, whatever that might take, Brandon, I'd appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay.
So maybe a little, Mr. Chairman, Senator Leanne, a little history about what's currently going on, options and potential remedies that could help the situation, cost parameters, so you can have sideboards on it.
Absolutely. And just a reminder to the committee, that was a high school that was built right before we started doing all that we're doing with school facilities. It was bonded. I think it was a bonded high school. It was. And you know, they just ran out of bond money to put an auditorium on there. So thank you for that. Okay. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Matt, anything else we need from a housekeeping standpoint?
Mr. Chairman, the October 28th meeting will be in Riverton. We put Fremont County on the agenda. We've solidified that'll be in Riverton. It'll be the day before the Joint Appropriations Committee 2-day meeting in Riverton as well. So
that's appropriate.
I think we're going to have the Riverton High School auditorium.
The auditorium won't be up by then, will it? We won't be in the auditorium.
Or maybe we could tour that auditorium.
Matt, any other housekeeping?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any.
Okay. Ted or Leanne, anything you need from us?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'll have your reports.
Okay. Committee, anything else from any of you? All right, hearing nothing, I'll call the meeting adjourned.